Welcome back to Pax Mithdosica. Something is rotten in the state of Mythdosia. This was plain for all to see in 1274, when the century of peace, named the Pax Mithdosica, came to an end. It began with a plague from the Deadwood, which threatened to consume all life. Behind the plagues came legions of the dead, famine, and war on the plains. Each of these crises has pushed the Empire to the limit, but due to the actions of brave judges and the labor of millions of others, the Empire seems to be on the mend. 7 long years later, the chaos in the Imperial heartland has been quelled. The dead defeated in the south, con artists and rebel cells have been destroyed throughout the central provinces, and out on the plains, the Empire is rallying for a grand counteroffensive against the Son of the Dragon, the likes of which the plains have never seen. The peace is slowly being rebuilt. At least that's how it appears on the surface. While outwardly the Empire appears as strong as ever, deep cracks have formed. Political factions within the Empire itself take advantage of the chaos to further their own ends, while the revolutionaries who have not yet been wiped out have grown intelligent, capable of hiding within the imperial bureaucracy. For the foot soldiers of the Empire who simply wish to follow the law and their emperor's word, the world has become a very complex place. But we'll instead focus our attention towards Nasius, in a one-story villa within sight of the governor's palace is a headquarters and the resting place of a band of judges. The group has no formal name, for at any moment the whims of bureaucracy could disband it entirely. At present, they are earning a well-deserved rest. And so, we're going to talk about where your characters are at in this long rest. You guys are given a month from late November, or the start of November to the end of November. Incidentally, you also, I think this campaign started in October of last year, so we're past the 1 year mark of in world at least. It's been a full entire year. So Maximus, Corvus, and Zednius, each of you are progressed through the month rather considerably. So I think we'll start with Grania and Primius. Is there anything that you would like to do during your long rests?
You could go first.
Granny ended off in a pretty bad spot, didn't she, after she got called to the head judge's chamber, or the head master judge, whatever it was?
Indeed, yeah. She was told that her time as a judge was going to come to an end, and she sent a letter to Pacentia, which we will follow up on, but you're just waiting on Pacentia, basically, to reply to you.
Okay. You can go ahead first, then. I'll think a little bit.
Well, I sent 2 letters I remember last. One to the Master of Judges and one to well, I don't know if he talked to Ethan about that, but I also sent one to a relative of mine, if I remember.
Yeah, it was the general, I think.
Yeah, saying that like, yo, I'm trying to do some shit. Essentially.
Yeah, I remember. The one to the Master of Judges you wrote out in its entirety, so I have it in the handouts and I reviewed it. The one to the general, I do not believe Ethan went through sending, and I don't think you wrote up a full version of it. But no, I remember the sentiment.
I sent it, and I sent it, and I wrote out a full version. It's in our DMs.
Oh, well, there you go.
Well, you'd probably have to scroll back like 6 months, but...
oh, I do actually have it right here. It was just labeled in a slightly different way. Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah. You could go speak to Cato if you want. Cato, I will say, you weren't there. Obviously, Ethan was playing Primius, but last time that Primius and Cato spoke, Cato seemed quite busy with judge duties, though what exactly that consists of, you're unsure. So you could wait for him to contact you, or you could reach out to him.
I think that's best. I gave him the information that he requested, and if he wants to summon me for more, I don't need to be like, hey, are you going to do anything about this, even though you're incredibly busy?
Is there anything else you want to do with your month of downtime then?
Let's see. Well, I am training a proficiency. So I could just do that unless someone talks to me.
What proficiency is it?
I believe it was Stealth. Where did I?
I could see that. Your dex is quite high.
Oh yeah, it is stealth, and it's 4 out of 40.
Okay. You can gain 8 progress because you have you can get someone with expertise to help train you.
Nice.
Yeah. So throughout the rest of this, month, unless otherwise stated, you are probably in some warehouse with a member of the Department of War who specializes in essentially assassination, teaching you how to move quietly while wearing armor. Oh, I forgot to mention, we also have new art for Grania and Permeus, in case there's any confusion about that. Okay, cool. So that's what Permeus is up to. Oh, I'd also strongly recommend you all look at your inventories because there may be random shit on there that you forgot about. Okay, then we'll go back towards Grania. Grania, on the 2nd of November, so 2 days after originally returning to Gnossius, you will hear a voice in your head. Make your way to the Department of Magic in Gnossius. I'll be teleporting there soon. You'll be okay, darling.
Do I recognize it as Pacentia or do I not recognize it?
I think you'd probably recognize Placentia's voice, yeah.
Okay. 'Cause I was thinking about what else, and it's like, I don't feel like I really would have talked about to the party with what happened, so she probably would have been crashing out until she heard back from Placentia.
That's understandable, yeah. Also, immediately, 3 members of the party left. Corvus, Maximus, and Xennius all bounced out day 1. So, I think Maximus took like 2-3 days, but either way, the rest of the party went flying away.
Okay, yeah, I'll head there then.
Alrighty. The Department of Magic building in Gnossius is not crazy big. It's certainly not as big as the one in Mythos. Instead, it's more of like an administrative building with a sort of research component added onto it. And you make your way into the lobby of the Department of Magic. Lines galore as a, well, currently a judge. We'll see how that goes in the future. But currently you are still a judge, so you're able to expedite your way to the front of the line. A clerk wearing the blues and purples of the Department of Magic sits behind the desk and looks at you and says, "Greetings. How can I help you?"
What did Placentia say to do?
She just said, "Come to the Department of Magic."
I guess Granny just kind of be looking around and then sign, "I'm looking for someone."
He looks at your hands and stands up and goes and grabs someone. And when he returns, the other clerk will say, do you need something, ma'am?"
She'll just basically describe what Placentia looks like. "I'm looking for this person," sign what she last known her looking like.
Yeah, the new clerk who understands a bit of sign language will translate for the other clerk, and then he'll say, "It sounds like she's describing the High Arcanist." And the other clerk nods. "Well, dear, I'm sorry, but the High Arcanist is in Kujva at the moment with the legions."
Granny will look confused. And I guess sign, "Is she not coming here soon?"
They look at each other, and the one who doesn't speak sign language will scratch his head and say, "I suppose I can go check, but I didn't think so." And he'll walk behind the counter and open up a door and disappear into the labyrinth of the department. And the one who does speak sign language will say, "Is there something we could help you with? If it's a smaller problem, then the High Arcanist won't be needed."
She'll sign kind of frantically, No, that's fine. I can wait for her."
He will wait there with you then. There is a line behind you, and some of them are deeply impatient, but this is a part of Imperial bureaucracy. Sometimes the people who have little badges that let them skip the line also get to clog said line for the next 20 to 30 minutes. But eventually the other clerk will return, and he'll kind of look a bit surprised and say, "The High Arcanist is here." He goes over to a door, unlocks it, and opens it up, gestures for you to follow him. "She's at the teleportium. I'll take you there."
Granny will frantically follow.
Yeah, he guides you through the labyrinth of offices and other things like that. This is a research facility primarily, so there's little rooms that contain wizards trying to make new spells, write spell scrolls, all manner of things for the Empire. You don't really look at any of them. Eventually, he leads you to a silver door, which is relatively rare. It's covered with glyphs, but the clerk will kind of stop a little bit before the door, and he will go over to a side room, which he'll knock on. A mage will emerge, and the clerk will kind of leaving you in the company of this mage. The mage wears green robes, marking him as, similar to you, an illusion wizard, though obviously you're not a wizard, but that's what the color green typically means. And the mage will kind of look at your robes and say, well, you're to meet with the High Arcanist?
Nod.
All right. His eyes start to glow as he casts Detect Magic, and he kind of looks at you to make sure you're not wearing any illusion. You notice his eyes like kind of linger on each of your magical items. He's probably doing some sort of like vague power, like trying to figure out your exact power and stuff. And he says, do you have a form of identification?
I don't know. I don't have one in my inventory. I don't think I've ever had one.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, other than a judge's badge, but that's not identifying. That's just like, I am a judge.
Okay, well, she will probably just hand her judge's back because that's what she's always used.
Yeah, he'll take a look at it and then hand it back to you. All right. When you go inside of the room, don't touch any of the glyphs on the walls. I'll make sure the ones on the door don't activate, but you're not going to be keyed to any of them, so you'll need to be careful about what you touch.
Just nod frantically. She's like half listening.
He'll walk over to the door. He passes his hand over the door, and a number of the glyphs kind of like darken in color, and then he'll just open the door normally. You rush inside, and inside of this room is a unique chamber. You've never been in anything like this. It's a high-walled room with a vaulted ceiling. The floor is covered in a complex glyph of arcane symbology that looks very distinctly Mithdosian. The walls have a number of smaller glyphs on them, each of which faintly glows teal. The expense of this must be disgusting. In the thousands, perhaps more gold just to construct this chamber for some purpose. And sitting on a stool in the edge of the room is Pacentia. She looks as you remember her, long gray hair to about her mid-back. At present, though, she's kind of holding her stomach and wincing. She kind of gives you a smile as you enter, though, and waves you over.
I think Granny will definitely get a little bit emotional and teary-eyed and like run up, almost go to hug her, and then realize that that Pacentia looks like she's in pain and just like try to comfort her.
Pacentia will kind of wave off your concern and say, "It's okay, dear. Come here. It's just a bit of teleportation sickness."
And Granny will give her a big hug.
Yeah, she'll hug you back, and for a few moments, the two of you say nothing. And then she'll say, "I got your letter," and she kind of holds her stomach again. "They weren't making very good use of me in Kujva. Just writing spell scrolls, waiting for the campaign season to start, so I thought I'd hop back."
Granny just kind of nods.
What? I mean, why doesn't Cato want you to be a judge?
She signs. I don't understand either. He thinks that my reasoning for being a judge isn't what he wants.
I can understand that. It's not as if you chose this path. It was forced upon you by that wretched man. Well, you want to remain in this position.
She'll nod. But then she'll sign, unless you think there's something better.
Pacentia has never really asked you much about before she started training you. You always got this idea that she has she probably knows, like, that you're not, like, she can assume where you're from, just she's smart enough to pick up on a lot of your little quirks and identify where they're from. But she never speaks of it. But she looks at you and kind of passes her hand over your hair and says, "What are these goals you're trying to achieve?"
She'll kind of hesitate and think for a second, but then just ultimately decide I need to be stronger.
Power? That's it?
And she'll sign back. It's to save someone that I hold very dearly.
Well, if it's power you seek, there's not really anything achievable in the short term better than that of Imperial Judge. You have legal power, you have access to materials that most others don't. If I were to allow you to be removed as a judge and transfer you to the Department of Magic under my control, it would be a decade or more before you could reach a similar level of standing in the Department of Magic, even with your immense capabilities. So, I suppose this probably is the path to continue on.
She'll frantically sign. What do we do then?
Well, she seems to have gotten over her bout of sickness, and she'll kind of sit upright and then stand. Well, luckily for you, with the downfall of the Department of Faith, the Department of Magic has received a fair bit of additional clout. Not any legal things, but soft power. I think that I could reach out to the governor, who could, on my behalf, reach out to the Master of Judges and keep you in position. If not, I could escalate to the Autarch of the Department of Magic. If you really want to remain in place, it can happen, but I'll warn you, I don't think that the Master of Judges will take kindly to having his work interfered with.
She'll sign kind of, I guess blunt. Just like, I don't care as long as I can remain here.
All right then. Well, let's go to my office and draft some of these letters, and she will guide you from the teleportium to the chamber that you are more used to. When she was, training you in magic, or when she would assign you to various mages to apprentice under, this was where you'd always return to. The office is very clean for a mage. Most mages keep their rooms relatively disgusting. Just covered with food and crumpled up spell notes and, arcane ink. It's, despite the expense of it all, they're kind of haphazard, but hers is very clean. There's also several additional spell books on top of the one she carries at her waist along the walls, in case she has problems, loses one. And she sits down at the desk. She withdraws letter like the filing from her office, and she starts to write out a note to the governor. She kind of pauses at several moments thinking about what to write, but ultimately she basically makes personal appeals to the governor, the Autarch of the Department of Magic, and the Master of Judges directly, saying to all three of them that there is an incredibly talented mage who served the Empire well. Her service record is self-explanatory, and she's being pushed out of the position of judge because of a personal gripe between the Master of Judges and her, which Pacentia finds unacceptable. And as she finishes drafting the last letter, that to the Autarch of Magic, which includes calling him by his first name and stuff, because she's clearly quite familiar with him, she will, fold up the letter, place it inside of an envelope, and then look over at you. Grania, can you promise me something before I send these out?
She'll nod.
When you get enough power to help this friend of yours, can you make sure to see me before you go to them?
She'll nod.
You may have to wait a while, depending on when it is you complete this quest of yours. When the spring comes, I'll be quite busy with the War on the Plains, but, well, you've waited quite a while to return to this friend. I'm hoping that you can wait a couple months more, if that's how long it takes.
Rania will kind of quickly pull her close for her, like a hug, like thank you.
Yeah, she hugs you back, and she'll she'll head out of her office and hand the 3 letters over, put it inside of a post box outside of it, and then she'll walk back inside. Well, I do have to get back to the war camps. Unfortunately, despite my duties in Kujva being relatively unimportant in the grand scheme of things, they're quite insistent about me being there. If there's any problems with the Master of Judges, I'll make sure to deal with it. She kind of pauses and leaves a hand on your shoulder. Are you happy with your current situation?
She'll nod. And she'll sign thanks to you.
All right. It seems like she has more to say, but isn't really sure what to say. And she'll say, well, would you like to come see me off?
She'll like quickly nod.
And she'll guide you back towards the teleportium. This time she passes her own hands over the glyphs. They all go to, sorry, Chowder said the Mithdosian remote work policy is brutal. She cracked me up. Holy shit. Pacentia doing remote work. Anyways, you step inside of the teleportium, and Pacentia will give you a final kiss on the forehead, and then she will step into the center of the glyphs. The mage that earlier kind of gate-kept you into the room kind of lingers in the doorway, and Pacentia will cast a ritual. It takes about a minute, and at the end, a sliver will tear its way through space, devouring Pacentia, and then she, along with this like sliver in space, will completely disappear. The room will drop in temperature by several degrees, and then she's gone.
Okay.
The mage will guide you out of the teleportium and then to a clerk who can finish guiding you out of the Department of Magic. And so apparently it's been resolved.
Okay. For now, she'll go back to the place she was staying at then.
Yeah. With that off your plate, is there anything you'd like to do in the next couple weeks?
Or
Or just for this first week?
I think just because she's feeling a little bit better, her mood's been a little bit up, she might go and just peruse for just general shopping things, see if she needs to restock on anything or possibly get more clothes.
Yeah, how's your money stockpile doing? Don't you typically give most of your money to other party members to manage?
Yeah, but I still have a little bit, 24
Okay.
GP.
Oh, I mean, hey, that's 24 grand. That's nothing to sniff at. Yeah, that's more than enough for most consumer purchases. Yeah, you can go throughout Gnossius and begin to kind of explore the city a little bit. Gnossius is, I think we've talked about this before, on the poor end of Mithdosian cities. It has like several distinctive districts, 3 of which are highly impoverished. The only 2 that are kind of nice are the Legion district, because it was a former like fortress turned into a residential area, and then the palatial district, which is within sight of the palace itself. So do you stick to like these nicer areas of the city and just kind of window shop, or do you go to the seedier parts?
I think she's only been used to going to the nicer stuff, so she just probably does that off instinct.
Yeah. Well, up in the palatial district of the city, you walk past beautiful parkways, temples with golden or silver domes to Aurelian Soul, upper-class shops with little pastries in the windows, and little belts. You can get custom embroidery, basically every little service that could tailor exactly towards a young woman with about 24 grand in her coin purse. So if you allow yourself to do some shopping, you could certainly burn through a lot of it on little chotskis. You could get little like charms for like a charm bracelet. There's lots of little things that you could acquire, knickknacks, if you will.
Yeah, based off her experience, she probably goes to look at a lot of clothes first, and then probably end up feeling a little bit more melancholic on like, oh, well, last time I went, someone helped me pick these out for things that they thought were good for me, so I didn't really have any of my own opinions on it. So I don't think she'll end up buying anything besides some food.
Yeah, and up here in the palatial district, which is near the palace, they're not going to be like super pushy. They're not going to like push you to purchase things. Down in the lower districts, they'll be like, young woman, buy my goods. Here's the finest whatever. But up here, they don't need to sell their services. So you window shop for a couple of hours and then can return to the judge's estate.
And then last thing, because of this new opportunity, she really doesn't want to have to pull Pacentia into it again and have her help her. So she's definitely going to go back into studying the law as best as she can.
Alrighty. Progress on the law is relatively slow. Do you have a Imperial Law for Dummies?
Yes.
Okay, that's 2 progress a week then. Alrighty. Well.
Oh, I did forget.
Yeah?
I'm gonna return. Well, do we still have to do that? Returning magical items to
No, at the very end of the last session, you guys gave them a bunch of loot from Ostatic. It was like a lot of shit. It wasn't just Ostatic either. It was the entire Green Rider arc, essentially. So, no, your temporary injunction is lifted. You guys are normal again.
Yippee! Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, I do want to add, I need to buy a healer's kit.
Okay, cool. I will go find a price for you.
And I'm gonna get fucked because I only have GP.
Cooked.
In
Yeah, I mean,
which
you're about to
case-
massively
Oh,
overpay
the
for
money
this.
changers.
Yeah, you're just pay a gold.
Okay.
Would Corvus want arcane ink and a magic quill? Like
Almost
I don't-
certainly, but Corvus is not in town at the moment.
Right. I'm just gonna wait for it. I don't. I
Alrighty.
didn't.
Yes, arcane ink and a magical quill would both be very useful to most wizards. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Primius.
Hmm.
On the 5th of November, you will receive a formal invitation to dinner. It is on a nice piece of like cardstock. It says the restaurant. It's at a nice one in the Palatial District, and the person sending it is Cato. He recommends it's a sort of toga affair, so you'll need to be dressed quite nicely.
Yeah. Well, I'll go get my fine. I guess toga.
Imperial, there are multiple strains of imperial fashion when it comes to looking ostentatious. In the last couple of decades, there's been this huge like trend away from traditional forms of clothing towards like trousers and shirts and stuff like that, mostly due to an international influence. But if you want to be super traditional, like 150 years ago, it was like, even then it was considered old. A toga would be the very traditional way of doing things. And there are still very few places in the Empire that require it.
There's no way.
You're not wearing a toga? You're going to wear more modern clothing?
Would be based if I showed up again in it's just armor.
Up to you.
Can I?
Yeah,
infer
I'm just gonna show up in random camo clothing. My boss
Just
invited
to a
me
nice
to
restaurant in a military
a-
uniform.
Why
yeah,
do
it's
you,
just like imagine like Ethan's boss invites him to like a candlelit dinner, like black tie event, and it's like he just shows up in full gear.
Well, hey, I will say our dress
The nicest
uniforms.
Kevlar guys.
Yeah, but
Our
those are dress uniforms.
are technically rated for black tie events.
Yeah, but he's not wearing dress.
Oh, well, you don't have a
Yeah,
nice
I said-
uniform to wear? Rip Bozo.
Well, I don't know.
How
I
do
was
you not
in
have
the
like the
army,
special Imperial
12 years
family
ago.
Riz outfit?
Yeah, I mean, Prometheus, like, I mean, you mentioned it, Blake. I don't know if you do have nice clothing.
Yeah. So time to get some nice clothes.
Yeah, I mean, you have very rarely in your life had to personally go shopping for things, especially something of this variety. So if you wanted, you could simply do the tactic you would usually do, which is go find a servant that works for you. So in this case, it'd be the Department of Civility, and just give them a bunch of money and ask for a toga.
Based. Yeah, let's do it.
All right, you make your way to the Department of Civility building. As an Imperial judge and a paladin, a person with glowing golden eyes, very quickly you can find your way into the front of the line, and you can request your way to the servants services. Every department has one. It's just people who do random activities for the higher ups. And soon enough, you find yourself in a room. There is a clerk in front of you. Behind the clerk would be the living quarters of the servants, as well as like dining room and all that stuff. And the clerk will say, "Greetings, Lord Judge. What service do you require?"
Well, I don't fully understand how I would normally make this request. Would I just be like, I need a servant?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like a servant. All right.
All
that's
right. For how long?
it. The day.
Alrighty. And the clerk will consult the thing. Any particular skills you'll require?
Is fashion?
All right. And do you have a language preference?
Preferably mythos or common, but
All right, mythos it is. Okay. I'll be right back. And about 20 minutes later, the little door to the servants' wing opens. A young man steps out. He's probably 19 to 20, clean shaven. He has a very smart looking uniform. It's the Department of Civility colors, so it's kind of like a yellow with green. It's meant to be gold, but you know, they're not gonna, not everyone's gonna get gold lace, okay? This guy gets his yellow. And he'll do a deep bow and say, "Lord Judge, it's an honor to serve."
Yes, indeed. Well, I do need your help. I'm in need of an outfit for a toga event.
Oh, I see. He kind of holds out his thumb and then looks you up and down, holding his thumb at like arm's length from his face. Seems to be estimating some measurements. All right. Do you have a budget?
No,
Oh,
but preferably not something going to, I don't know, like blow my wallet up.
well, what would be the most you'd be willing to spend?
How much is like an average, like... Would I know this?
I think that you would have some rough ideas on the cost of things, yeah. Fine clothes typically are about 20 gold.
Okay. I'd say...
Holy shit, dude! $20,000 outfit.
They're fine clothes. Oh, sorry, 2 gold. 2 gold.
Okay.
Yeah, I was 20.
I misread the thing.
This is a pure mithril Rolex right here.
Dude, I'm just picturing that fucking what's that one actor? The guy like doing the drip check, like fluffing out his the Prometheus drip check. Yeah, Willem Dafoe. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, mithril gold watch, Hydra leather armor.
My favorite part about that video is
Diamond-studded
his
glasses.
undershirt, and he's like, I don't even know where I got this from. It keeps going.
Dude, that's gonna be Prometheus. He's gonna be like, I don't even know who I'm wearing right now. Well,
It's not even like he was wearing great shit. He was just like, I got this at J.C. Penney. This is like a Nordstrom, I think. I don't even know where I got this.
So he'll ask you what your maximum budget for this is.
10 gold.
He nods. And when do you need this by?
When is the event?
Tonight.
Tonight.
Ooh.
He slowly nods. We may need to pay a bit more.
Understandable.
15 should probably suffice. Do you already have sandals, or do you need those as well?
Yeah, I need those too.
I see. And do you want any accessories, or just the basic ensemble?
The basic ensemble is fine.
All right. Would you like your judge's badge to be integrated into the outfit?
Would I be able to unintegrate it?
We could try to get it into a pocket, but when I say integrated, I do mean sewn into the fabric.
That is not necessary.
All right. Is there any emblems you'd like displayed on it?
What is like normally displayed on like a
It could be
toga?
your
Like,
family emblem, it could be your clan symbol, it could be your bloodline symbol, or in your case, the combination of the two would be the imperial family symbol, which is a two-headed eagle. Eagle? What the fuck? A two-headed eagle, which is named a Simork.
Yeah, I'll get the Simork on there.
He will slowly nod. You're a member of the imperial family.
That is correct.
All right. Would you like this in purple then?
How much
Whoa.
would that run me?
Probably around 75 gold.
No, I'm good.
All right. Just the basic colors then. All right. Do you need kind of looks at your hair and your beard. Do you need grooming services?
Yeah, it's been probably a while since.
I don't think Primus would remember the last time.
Yeah, probably the last time Kato asked him to dinner.
Yeah. All right. Well then, may I see the invitation if you have it on you?
Yeah, I'll show him.
He takes a look at it. All right. Well, Lord Judge, if you'd report, and he will go over to the clerk's desk, he'll grab the ink pen. He'll add an address also in the palatial district to the bottom of the invitation. Go here about an hour before you're supposed to be at the restaurant. This is a very fine salon. They'll take care of you. If they charge you any more than a gold, negotiate them down. That's about how much they're worth. I will go and acquire you everything else you need, and I'll meet you there.
All right.
And he doesn't ask for the money there because that'd be highly uncouth. Instead, it will be charged to your Department of Coin bank account, so you can subtract 15 gold from that account. From your Imperial stipend, if you will.
Yeah.
Um,
Is this going up or down?
Down? Because you're paying money?
Right. Okay. I didn't know if it like started at like 0 and we're counting up to 120 or
No.
what did I buy?
I think you bought... Oh, you're saying why your stipend got like is 1,000 lower than it once was?
Yeah.
I think it's because you bought 3 diamonds
Oh, that's right.
that were 300 gold each. Yeah, and some scrolls and some, well, yeah, lots of stuff. Anyways, so you have the rest of the day to do whatever you want. So you could go even get your stealth training in. Like, this won't stop your training at all. And yeah, is there anything else you want to do, or are you just gonna go do your normal daily routine and then go to the salon at the end of the day?
I mean, the clothes are also all taken care of.
Yeah, he's gonna take care of it.
Wow. Oh, all right. Anything else I would want to do? I don't think so.
Great. Then you go through a day of stealth training, and you make your way to the salon. Obviously, salon has like a hair and makeup context in the modern day, but a salon at this period is literally just like a gathering place. It happens to also do these sort of grooming services. You'll get your face shaved, you'll get your hair nice and oiled and waxed and looking nice and sharp, and you'll get scrubbing down that will leave you a little bit red, but that'll fade before the dinner. And as you finish this whole procedure, but before you re-equip all your clothing, your servant will be waiting there inside of the like sort of locker area, and he will provide you with a smart-looking blue toga with like a bit of golden necklining, and 2 pairs of sandals that have little silver studs at the center of them. They're relatively basic. You've worn far more fancy things, for example, with your meeting with the Emperor, or basically any formal event in your life, but to get them in one day, you know, he did his best. And once you put it on, he'll kind of eyeball it and adjust some of the togas are nice because they're essentially just blankets, so they're a bit adjustable. So he'll tighten the shoulder, kind of pull it in a bit tighter, kind of step back. Well, Lord Judge, I hope it's sufficient.
It certainly is. Thank you for your service.
He gives a nod and departs. And you can make your way to the restaurant in question. This one, you are not especially familiar with, as in you've never been inside before, but based on the name, you assume it to be very traditional Mithdosian cuisine, since it has a very traditional Mithdosian name. Stepping inside, a waiter will immediately greet you and guide you towards a table in the corner. It's next to a window, and Kato is seated back in his chair. The man looks tired. He is also wearing a sort of formal garb, and as you approach, he'll stand up and extend a hand across the table. Hello, Premius.
Lord Judge.
Yes. Well, we didn't get to talk much when you first got back from your expedition to the plains. So I wanted to follow up on the letter you sent me.
Yes, indeed.
I'll put this rather bluntly. Actually, let's have dinner first. I'm very hungry. It's been a long day. And this is a course menu. There's no item. You don't have anything to pick out. It's just brought to you. And what is Premius like? What type of food does he like?
Probably like exactly this, just like.
Okay, so he's a fan of like more traditional like foods, less so
yeah,
like
I mean, it seems to fall
travel
in line
food
with
and
his personality, just more traditional than most.
Okay, well, traditional Mythosian food is essentially the peasant food of 6 centuries ago with a little bit of fanciness added onto it. So you're getting snails, you're getting crab, you're getting lobster, you're getting a little bit of beef, but beef's like not very much. You're getting orzo dishes, which are essentially just rice. You're getting, huge amounts of carbs, huge amounts of protein, and that's about it. And by the end, you're bursting. And despite you being essentially full, Cato will order a course of dessert, and soon enough, before you have these it's a sort of new concoction. You've had it before, but it's relatively new to the empire. It's called hot cacao. It comes from the equatorial jungle of the northeast. And well, this is unfortunately not as sweet as the stuff you're used to, because it's like 40% cacao, so it's quite bitter actually, but it's believed to be a healthy tonic, and so Cato will sip at it and then lick the leftover away from his upper lip. Wow. That did much to nourish my soul.
It did the same for me.
Well, as I was going to say, your letter was incredibly insightful, but I cannot act on it. I apologize.
It's understandable. You do what's best for the Empire.
Oh, no. No. I wish I could do what was best for the Empire. I tried to get the Zednius reassigned to some other department, and I got a letter from the Imperial office within a day informing me that he was to remain put. I tried to do the same with Grania, and the High Arcanist herself intervened. I even decided to check in on those that order that Maximus received, reassigning him to Kujva, and it was signed by none other than an autarch from the Department of War. There's nothing I can do against these forces.
Wow. I guess Previous would just be stunned in silence of just like, what the...
I don't know if you're aware of this, Previous, but there are, the law. I believe that when the Department of Faith fell from their position of authority, that in its place, the Department of Civility could rise up, that law and order and good governance could take over in its stead, but that's not what happened at all. In place of the Department of Faith, a number of cliques and smaller factions have risen up, and they have very powerful friends. The Department of War plans its own, the Department of Magic, every department has their own agenda, and I am a praetor. My promotion to proconsul has still been mired. There's nothing I can do. I have, to be frank, between just you and I, practically no authority over the judges.
Interesting.
Did you ever read the writings of that famous Republican Marcus the Elder?
I believe I did. When I was a younger man.
It's good. He may have been a Republican, but his writings on the role of the Mythosian government are critical for understanding where we're at right now. There is one thing he said when his republic was seeing a decline and a potential death. He said, "What is the rule of law when even the judges are corrupt?" Of course, he was referring to the courts then, but, well, it's taken on a new meaning now. I hope that if you, or Corvus, who in your letter you indicate is a fellow good man, if you see your fellow judges putting themselves before the Empire and they go too far, that you'll use your sword to carry out justice, because I don't think there's any other way that justice can be delivered in these times.
That would be a very crass decision on my part if it did come to that.
It would, but what else could there be?
It's true. No law is greater than the sword on the plains.
Do you know that in the last 5 years, amongst proconsuls and consuls, there has only been one successful prosecution? And that prosecution was carried out against the autarch of the Department of Faith. From an outsider's perspective, it may have looked like the Empire was holding one of its own to account for heresy, but that's not what happened at all. It was a conspiracy to remove him from power as a part of an internal politics game. That's where we've come. I had sort of hoped that as a Master of Judges I could make a difference, but an autarch, a high arcanist, and a letter from the Imperial household itself. I can't even control 3 judges. How am I supposed to hold men like that to account for their blatant disregard for our laws? That's why I urge you to use the sword. There's nothing else that they'll listen to.
I thank you for your honesty. And for your hospitality.
He shrugs. In the Light Wars, there were a great many local bureaucrats who had a very difficult decision to make. They had to decide whether to listen to the orders of their governor or that of their emperor. Theoretically, it should be a simple question. We make oaths to our superiors, but when your superiors fight against each other, that's when matters of the heart come into play. I find myself at a similar crossroads. I know that as a Master of Judges at present, I'm doing very little to make the Empire a better place, but the thought of resigning from my post and giving it over to someone who would be even more limp-wristed and conceding to the wills of more powerful men is difficult to stomach.
No. That's a dumb question. He literally just said that like 2 minutes ago.
Well, Cato will finish his beverage, his hot cacao, and he'll say, well, I'll pay for the meal. I'm not sure what task you'll be given next, but I suppose I'll see you when the time comes.
See you then.
He stands and leaves the restaurant after paying for it, and you are vomited back out onto the city streets of Nasius.
Well, time to get this toga off me. It feels awful.
Yeah, you get back into your leather armor that's like over, several months has started to like get broken in by your body to fit you better. And we can move forward a little bit in the timeline.
Did we take scales for like the skin of the Jabberwocky? Because didn't we do that just because we thought we could make it into armor?
I don't know if you guys actually brought back all the hide, because it's like really fucking heavy. And I know that you took back the eyes though, which Yogi still has in his sheet.
I feel like I did because we discussed.
Is it on your sheet?
I don't know. Where the...
Uh-oh.
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 Where would I have written this?
Uh-oh. Well, while he looks for that.
You wouldn't have is the issue.
It probably would be Maximus or Ethan would have put it on your sheet. Oh yeah. It would either be on yours or
Yes,
it's on your sheet. It is.
I thought that
Maybe on the
Jabberwock
bio
skin
treasure
wasn't worth.
It's
like,
not
it was just
particularly.
really.
I would not have written it there if I had written it somewhere.
Rip
I can't
Bozo.
tell you that.
Well, I guess this is currently this only matters for Grania and Primius, but a menagerie comes to Nasius on the 9th of November. It has a number of different beasts and things like that. The city, it attracts very large crowds because the city hasn't seen many wandering folks, not many like wandering travels or carnivals or anything like that over the last couple of years because it's been a relatively dangerous place. But any concerns about that seem to be largely fading as the worlds of Mythdosia is getting safer and safer. So yeah, there's a big old menagerie in the city.
I would go.
Yeah? Granny, would you go to the menagerie?
I'm assuming the way she'd probably hear about it, it would like sound interesting. She'll go, but I feel like it's gonna be a bad experience for her, not realizing what it really is.
Yeah.
Well, Primius and Grania, do you both have a copper to pay your entry fee?
No.
It's Jova.
I could pay for Grania. I have 30 copper.
Holy. All right, you turn over 2 pence to the entry staff, and you make your way amongst the crowds. But because of Primius, there's like a bubble of space around you. Like no one wants to be like bumping arms with a guy with golden glowing eyes. So you actually make pretty good time through these large menagerie grounds. There's currently 1 live show happening, but there are 5 main exhibits. There's also, you know, other animals, but there's 5 main exhibits. I'm just going to say the names and let me know which one you want to go to. There's Imperialis Manticoris, Taurus Invictus, Gornosos, Ogrid Rex, and Samork.
Anything stand out to Grania in particular?
No, she wants to see as many as she can.
Okay. Is there like are they happening at the same time, or is it just
right
like-
now there's only 1 event like happening. The rest of them are just like displays. So you could go to the arena.
Eh, what's happening at the arena?
An event.
We don't have a name for the event.
No, there's just huge crowds gathering there because at noon events happen.
All right. What time is it?
It's approaching noon. You got like an hour though.
Okay. Well, we got time to look at a couple menageries before then.
All right.
'Cause everyone's making a circle around me.
Sure. Just roll me a d4. We'll see which one you encounter first.
All right.
Alrighty. The 2 of you walk along the narrow confines. There's all sorts of street vendors and sort of like the clingers on to a menagerie like this, but soon you see a large cage. You can't really see what's inside because people are in the way, but eventually you work your way to the front. Within this cage, there is sort of like rocky terrain. There's large boulders. The floor has been painted kind of grayish. You're not really sure what environment it's supposed to be looking like other than rock. And sitting on a large boulder with essentially a fire underneath to keep the boulder warm is a lizard. It's a very, very big lizard. It's a 6-foot long lizard with like blue, grayish skin, and it has a large ornate bronze hood that completely covers its head. Carved into this like bronze hood are 2 large eyes, which look out towards the audience, but I mean, they're just metal. And the little plaque reads Gornosos, the Basilisk.
Is it alive? Is this like
It is indeed
actual-
alive, yeah. It just has a hood over its head, so it's blind and deaf and has probably trouble eating. You'd imagine you don't see a food hole.
Oh, this is an actual basilisk.
Yeah, it's a basilisk, yes.
Holy shit.
And you see a lot of like local people, especially kids, stare into the like the eyes of the mask as like a little like, oh, it's gonna turn me to stone. Whoa.
That's crazy. Yeah, those things are terrifying.
When their hoods are off, yeah, that would kill almost everyone in this crowd, yeah.
What's kind of the attitude or like how is the creature reacting to this?
It is literally, I mean, you can't see its face, so a lot of its like body language is hidden, but it's just curled up on the rock sleeping.
Okay.
He's chilling, big chilling.
Yeah, also the rock is the only warm thing in his enclosure, so because it's December, so.
Does Granny know what a basilisk is? I don't think
That's
we've
a
seen
great
anything like
question.
this
So
before.
there are some in Athelorn. But Athelorn's a really big place, so just fuck it, roll me a history check. We'll see.
Where's my shit?
Because you'll probably know what a Valorosan basilisk is, but Yeah, I mean, with an 11, you'll only know the Valorosan variety. Basilisks are things largely endemic to the Western continent. There are some areas in the East where they occur, but they're very rare, and they're very different than the Western ones. They are large reptile creatures, which when they make eye contact with creatures, or not even really eye contact, if a creature looks into their eyes, they will turn to stone. It's killed kings, it's killed, like, it is undiscriminating. It is like an incredibly lethal and incredibly powerful magic. And as a mage, you would know that there have been attempts for thousands of years to distill this down into some sort of like weapon or tool that can be employed by humanoids, but so thus far it's been elusive. But yeah, they're quite dangerous, obviously.
When I was a younger man, I killed one of these. It was a very hard fight indeed.
Granted, just like gives you like a weird look, like, why are you telling me this?
Dude, do you know who you're talking to? Like, that's all he has to talk about for 12 years.
So funny. Poor Permius trying to connect to like the teenage girl in his party. I hunted a fish
giving
this
him the
big.
wasp.
I hunted this. I'm trying to talk, man. I guess he'll just like shrug.
Yeah, it sounds like she just gave you a look. Yeah.
I don't really care.
Sad to go.
I'm just trying to talk.
Grania, do you take the lead to go to the next place, or do you linger and look at the basilisk longer?
Probably linger.
Alrighty. As the two of you kind of stand there and people slowly get more used to your guys' presence, the crowd kind of presses in a bit. And, you notice a young lad, maybe 9 or 10, reaching his arms through the bars of the cage and lifting up a little pebble from like the floor of the thing and throws it at the basilisk. And it kind of like hits the scales and kind of bounces off. And the basilisk doesn't react very much. It seems to be used to that sort of thing.
Someone threw a rock at it?
Yeah, a little pebble, yeah.
She's gonna like shoot a look at whoever did that and see if she can see them.
Yeah, it's a 9-year-old kid. His face is
he
pressed
just-
up against the bars.
Is he picking up other rocks? It looks like he's gonna throw another.
Yeah.
She's gonna walk over to him and like knock the rock out of his hand.
Yeah, I mean, so you have to push through several people to get to him, and then you knock the rock out of his hand, and you instantly you're instantly kind of pushed away a little bit, and you hear a woman's voice. You can't really see her because the crowd's like so dense. You only see her arm like pushing you, and she says, "Don't touch my son."
At that, I would probably get in between like her and Grania and just stare down the lady.
Yeah, I mean, the moment you walk over, the crowd once again parts. Like, they were only pressed in because you were standing still. But as you walk over, the crowd empties, and soon, in like half a second, it's just you, this little kid, Grania, and this, 30, 40-year-old woman holding her son's hand. And she looks at you and immediately is like kind of petrified with fear.
Well, if you have something to say, you could say it to me.
Oh, fuck, Blake.
She just scoops up her son and walks away.
Try not to cause a scene, Grania.
You know sign, right? I forget.
Yeah,
I honestly don't
yeah.
remember. Okay.
I think I'm the only other person that knows sign.
Okay, it's been a while. I was like trying to remember. I was like, I don't know if he does or not. She'll just sign like, well, he shouldn't have been messing with the animal.
I get it, but he's also just a boy. We've all done stupid things as children.
That thing's already suffering enough as is, trapped in here with that hood on. He doesn't need to also deal with these people.
Well, if we could control the minds of the masses, I think we'd be in a way different position than this. So, try to, I guess, be okay with the things you can't control.
She just like, okay. Kind of like look like, I guess.
And I'm trying to just like, I'm not trying to start shit.
You can move on to the next exhibit, if you wish.
Yeah, let's do
All
it.
right, roll a d3, Dota.
Okay.
The two of you, make your way along the area. Over at the arena, you can hear the sound of trumpets announcing that there's about 30 minutes until the event is there. And you approach. This cage doesn't have as many people in front of it. The basilisk has this kind of inherent like danger and interest to it. This one is instead, it's like a descended pit. Like they dug a 15-foot deep pit and the creature's in there. At first, you're not even sure what the floor of the arena is supposed to be, like of the enclosure is supposed to be. It's like sandy, but with like bits of dirt as well, bits of like little gravelly rock as amongst it. But there's also these like splashes of red coloring, like that's kind of like dark red, almost like black. But then you realize those are blood stains, and the creature itself is a massive boar, like colossal boar. It's about like the tip of its back, which is the highest part of its body, is about 10 feet. It has gilded tusks, so bronze has been placed along its tusks, and there's been spikes added to like the tip along the sides as well. And this boar is bristling with injuries. There's scars covering its entire back. Most of its like bristle, like the fur, hasn't grown back in most of the places. At present, there's also several wounds along its flank, which ooze this like thick, dark, like not quite coagulated blood down onto the sandy kind of tar pit of its enclosure.
Dude, it's a bulldrome.
Sort of.
Granny is gonna immediately be like emotionally distraught saying that and like turn and sign. What have they done to this creature?
I'm not sure. I presume it did it to itself. It's a bit more of an aggressive creature, so.
A plaque
But-
nearby reads Ogrid Rex, which
Let's
means something like
see what
King
it
of
does.
Boars.
Does it just stand there?
The boar?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like really hurt.
Oh, dang. Are people just like looking at it, just standing there?
Well, yeah, I
really
mean,
hurt?
it's there. Like I said, this one doesn't have many people here because it's a boring exhibit. I mean, it's a giant fucking boar, but it's not moving at all, and it's just sitting there like oozing blood onto the sand. So there's like a couple people that are looking down at it, like, wow, that's a really big boar. But most people are moving on to other ones.
I'm sorry. Where was the like? How is it injured? Is it just like
You don't know. It's just injured.
lacerations?
You didn't see the origins of the injuries. They're just these long, shallow cuts along the flank of the boar.
Granny is gonna sign. Can we not help it?
Well, if your pixie could do something, but I'm not sure jumping in the pit with it would, turn out well for it or you.
I assume Fluttering One's with me, right?
Yeah.
She's gonna ask, is there anything we can do to help it?
The Fluttering One will say, I can't heal.
Granny I can, but not in that kind of sense.
Yeah.
It's not gonna know, even if you or I were to go in, it won't know that either of us are a friend.
Because it's in December, with each like heaving breath of the boar, its breath like kind of, puffs out of it like almost like a dragon, this like smoke curling up from its mouth.
Sign then. Then we need to find someone who can help it. It can't be left like this.
If you can.
You guys, a tour guide, like along with a crowd of people, like kind of stop near the exhibit, and the man like begins to say, and he says, "And gaze upon this, the great king of boars. This specimen was captured coming out of the Great Feywood, somewhere in the realm of Kushvasko. It was said a team of 20 Imperial riders were taken to capture it alive. Each day, the beast is fought in battle by our brave warriors, and each day, before the next battle, it heals again. It is a specimen of resilience and power, a deadly and vile thing." And, a couple of the audience kind of glance over. Clearly, the tour group's quite bored. I mean, it's just not a particularly interesting exhibit.
Just a large pig.
Like dying, basically. Slowly.
Granny recognize this creature then, since you said it came from the...
I mean, so you lived in the Ardreach. And within the Ardevichu, it was mostly intelligent creatures. There were very few unintelligent animals there. There were a few. They're like a Ptyodon as an example, or there's like other flying creatures, but there weren't many. Certainly none of these. But like the Bear King's court, you have heard stories that had a number of colossal animals, colossal stags and deer and boars, things like that.
Okay. I think after hearing that information, she seems more distraught and says, "They're doing that to this thing every day."
It seems rather much.
The tour group is already beginning to move on because people were bored.
We don't have to be here if you don't like it.
From that questioning, she definitely like looks down as like thinking and just like she'll just kind of sign. This kind of stuff shouldn't be allowed. These creatures are beings of their own.
Yeah. I don't necessarily think Premius agrees, but I don't think he wants to just make Grania more upset in a public place. I guess he'll just nod silently.
Or are you gonna go to the next exhibit?
Well, I was trying to infer that we could just like leave the
I know.
entire-
I'm asking. Are you
Because-
leaving or?
because it seems like what's at every exhibit, she's just like, no.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys want to see the grand event then.
Yeah, it seems like the grand event will give you an aneurysm by this pace.
Are you gonna guide Granny away?
Yeah, if she's not like, I need to stay here, but I think that's enough of the, I guess, the menagerie.
Okay. She'll just kind of be silently let out. She's like pretty dejected on the things that she saw.
Yeah, you guys, fight against the headwinds of the crowd spilling in. And around the time that you finish exiting the menagerie, you hear the first cries of excitement, like the yay, as the event begins. And you're a couple blocks away before whatever it is gets fully underway.
And here we kill this displacer beast.
I mean, either way, over the next couple days, you'll hear, that the menagerie is only growing in popularity as, word of mouth spreads around the city. It's quite exciting to people. Anyways, you guys got...
Finance the menagerie. Like, who owns it?
It's privately owned by a man named Lucius. He has further names, but he mostly just goes by Lucius.
Must be really rich, right?
One would imagine, yeah. Or it has, contacts in the Imperial Legions and stuff who can get him the shit for cheap. Because, what's the Imperial Legion going to do with a giant boar? Can't train that. Alrighty. Well, on the 15th, Corvus returns to Nasius.
Woohoo!
Yippee! So, you're back in Nasius after an adventure to visit your uncle and, an incident, which, yeah. And, is there anything you'd like to do, Corvus, once you get back to Nasius?
Yeah, so, how much time do I have until my... until I have to go back to the duty? Okay. So first, I'd like to... I'd like to go to the bank.
All right, you make your way to the Department of Coin in Nausius. This is actually one of the nicest departments in Nausius, because it is a big trade city. And you wait in. It has like 16 different lanes that you can wait in, and eventually, relatively quickly, you find yourself standing across from a clerk. Do you have the judge badge out so you get judge service, or are you just a normal fella? Okay, well then, the clerk will give a nod and say, "Lord Judge."
Hello. So, let me look at this correctly.
Yeah.
Because my notes for this are very, imprecise.
Okay.
I have a bank account already here in Narcius. That, well, not me, but my uncle did.
Yes.
That I'm supposed to send the money from to the Delian League.
Yes.
Did he give me a specific name to send for the Delian League? Just under his? Or?
So he wants you to transfer it to the city of Zuri under his name.
Okay.
I believe he warned you, though, that may throw up some red flags.
I guess I'll ask to I'll explain that there's a bank account here in Narcius under the name of Boya Zemarov Kleftik.
The clerk will nod. All right.
And I'd like to I'm his nephew. I'd like to transfer money from that account to the Delian League. To what was the town called? Zarif?
The city of Zuri.
Zuri.
The clerk will kind of nod slowly and say, "Do you have any sort of notarized document from your uncle giving you permission to take funds out on his behalf?"
So, didn't give him anything, right?
No, he didn't. The clerk will slowly nod and say, "Well, I'll go look at the specific account, see if there's perhaps any instructions left within the margins about how the funds should be treated. I'll be right back." And he goes back behind the counter, and he's gone for 5 minutes, which feels pretty normal. And he's gone for like 10 minutes. And he's gone for like 15 minutes, which feels a little bit long, especially because he's just going back to go grab like a banking ledger. Yeah. Then he's gone for 20 minutes. At what point do you grow concerned?
I mean, he's going for 20 minutes.
There's a couple people in line behind you.
Where did he go to?
He just went behind, like, so there's a clerk, like a teller place, and then he went behind deeper into the facility, presumably to go get the ledger.
And I just follow him?
You would have to get in behind the teller space, which there's several locked doors, so no.
Is there another person I can talk to?
If you want to leave this line and go into a different one, yeah.
Can I call somebody over and be like, "Yo, I've been waiting 20 minutes. You should be back. Like, what's happening?"
This guy thinks he's going to get reasonable and timely service in the Imperial bureaucracy. They're going to say only 20 minutes? They're going to say...
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but if I tell them I'm a judge, then put some pressure on it.
You could do that, yeah. You could. I mean, there's a clerk sitting, like, not 3 feet away, so you could point at him and, like, wave your judge's badge.
At the same time, I think I'll just wait a bit longer, like, wait another 20 minutes.
Okay. You wait another 10 minutes or so, and the clerk returns. He is carrying a large ledger in his hands. It's a bit odd that he took it out, but it's whatever. He lays it on the desk. He says, "Sorry about that. It was a bit buried back. It seems as if your uncle did leave special instructions. about how to access the account without a notarized document. I'd need you to confirm some information for me.
If we do this somewhere private?
Of course. And he'll close up the ledger. He'll lead you to a side chamber. It's a very small room with a table and 2 chairs. That simple. And he sits down in one of them. He flips open the ledger so he can see its contents, but you can't. And he'll say, all right, what is the amount of money in the account?
Wait, let me just count the zeros. That should be, is that correct? 30 million pence.
Christ. Yeah, the clerk goes down to the, like, he's clearly, like, tracing, like, something written in the margin of the ledger page. Alrighty.
Give or
and
take.
what town was your uncle living in when he made this deposit?
I'm so bad at remembering. Wait, let me talk about bio. It should say there. Salanum.
All right. Alrighty. And last question, what is your uncle's family name? Now, to be clear, you did say the Boyer was your uncle, so I don't know how you want to approach this question. Because Debrashans don't have family names.
Well, I can give you his name is Zemarov Kleftik, Boya Zemarov Kleftik.
The clerk looks up. I'll ask the question written in your uncle left some very specific instructions about how this is to be conducted. What is your uncle's family name?
Hey, would that be Kleftik or would that be
The clerk is like kind of closes the ledger. Well, that is not the answer that was written down on the ledger, so I'm afraid that I will have to deny you access to the account for now.
Wait, I'll say wait.
Yes?
I'll say more quietly. This is he might have opened it in a different. It might have been opened in the name of the last name of Cineas.
The clerk nods and goes to the ledger, and then they open the ledger to the same page and turn it towards you and says, well, that's those are the answers that was required. You said you wanted to do a transfer, and he takes a piece of cardstock out of his pocket and an ink pen, which he dips in some ink and says, what bank would you like it transferred to?
Whichever one is the which one of them has jurisdiction in the Delian League?
Which city in the Delian League?
Zuri.
Zuri, all right. We have an office there of the Department of Coin. It's a small provisional trading office. I assume that'll suffice.
Yes.
All right. And you said you wanted to change the account holder as well, or should it remain in your uncle's name?
It should remain in. Wait, should it remain? He said I should. He didn't say anything about changing the name it's in, right?
You have the instructions written down, okay?
All I have is send it to the Delian League. It doesn't say what names I'm supposed to use. My notes for this.
I'll leave it up to you. Interpret it how you will.
I believe it is under the name of Semirov Kleftik. I think I might have gotten that wrong earlier.
All right. Well, great. Can you just sign this then? And he'll turn over the cardstock. It's a bank transfer notice. In most places outside of the Empire, this would take months to do. But in the Empire, they just need to transfer the slip of paper. They're done. Like they have enough money in the other bank that they can track all this shit in a central database. Though in this case, it's a central ledger. But Yeah, he'll turn the note over to you, and you just need to sign that you are authorizing this transfer as someone who accesses the
He
account.
never asked me how much I would like to transfer.
You said the whole account earlier.
Oh,
But-
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'll do it that way.
Alrighty, you're signing your legal name, Corvus Arminius Cineus Viria.
I guess I'm going to have to.
Alrighty. You sign the transfer. He puts the slip inside of the ledger as like a note that this needs to happen. He'll close it up and say, well, is there anything else I can help you with?
No, I'm okay.
All right. Well, thank you. And he'll stand and leave the small room, and eventually you can as well. 30 million transferred to Zuri. Big numbers.
Yeah, I'm afraid I fucked up. Think I might have done that in a bad way.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe I should have got myself a suggestion or something.
As you return to the villa to begin to get working on your spell, you will, the very next day, on the 16th, receive a courier. He informs you that Lutalia from the Department of Magic would like to meet with you.
Who is this person, Utalia?
She
Do
is
I
a
know of
clerk
them?
that works at the Department of Magic. She's a friend of yours. You've worked with her on and off since you've been on the plains, so like 10 years or whatever, whenever you became a...
All right, there she is.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Most of the time, she just helps you with logistical stuff in the Department of Magic. Like, she got you a teleport scroll and a something other scroll for spells you wanted to learn, but she rarely reaches out to you.
Yeah, I'll meet her.
Yeah,
As soon as I'm
you make your way to
available.
the Department of Magic. She's waiting for you in the lobby. Clearly, she hired the courier today to go and get you. And she looks very nervous. She's kind of biting her nails, but as you approach, she'll say, "Just come with me."
I'll follow her.
She has a shared office normally. She's not high-ranking enough to get her own, but she'll guide you to a little supply closet. Here, there's jars of arcane ink and all manner of other things. And she opens the door with a key she has and then locks it behind the two of you. She taps a lantern, which magically starts to unleash a pale glow because torches or any form of traditional light will begin to degrade the ink. And she'll say, "Corvus, I think I'm in big trouble."
I'll raise my eyebrow. Calm down. What's happened?
Okay. So you're a judge. I didn't know who else to go to. I don't know who you go to about these sorts of things. I thought that you could deal with this and then, keep my name out of whatever report you have to file.
What's this about?
One of my coworkers, she reaches into a little satchel bag and withdraws a pamphlet, which she puts into your hands.
One of her co-workers, they had this on you, or they tried to give it to you?
He gave it to me. He said that there was some interesting lessons in it. This is, I'm not overreacting, right? This is treasonous.
What do I know about her? Is she married? Does she have children?
Very concerning question to ask. No, she is not. She is very career focused. She spends almost all of her time in the Department of Magic doing her job, which is basically acquisition and redistribution of magical resources. So she's basically a logistics person.
No close family then. Does she live alone?
Yeah, her family's back in Mythos.
Okay. I'll say, who gave this to you?
He leans in close. I mean, you're already in a private place, but she clearly is not thinking straight. She says, his name is Titius Aurelius Appius Fabricia. He's a new mage. I think he got confirmed as an Arcanist a couple of weeks ago.
How could I reach him?
He's in the scroll repository here. Now, we could walk in and I could point at him? No, that'd be too obvious.
Titius Aurelius something Fabricia?
Appius Fabricia.
Appius.
I could point you to, no, how do you judges normally do these things? How do we be subtle here?
Have you told anyone else about this?
No, of course not. Where did I get in trouble too? Just for reading it.
Okay. I'll take the thing and say, all right. If anybody asks you, anybody asks you about any of this, you don't know. He sounded like he didn't find this. He didn't give this to you. You found it. You don't know who it belonged to, okay? I'll take care of him.
Okay.
And if you have to say who it belonged to, say. You can refer them to. You can tell them if they suspect it's you. But as long as you haven't told anybody yet, it's good that you came to me with this. I'm going to deal with this.
So I'm going to be all right?
Unless you start distributing this kind of.
No, of course not. Of course not.
You have nothing to worry about.
Thank you, Corvus.
It's a problem. I'll go talk to him. You just if he talks if he asks, I'll deal with it.
She nods
There's
and
a chance
unlocks
you might not see him again. He might go into arrest.
He unlocks the door to the room and says, do I point him out, or will you find him?
What does he look like? Don't point him out.
Okay.
Otherwise he'll know it was from you.
He's probably mid-20s. He's a little bit shorter than you. He has brown hair. He's clean-shaven. He has red robes. He's an evocationist. He has a spell book at his side. He has green eyes.
Okay, I think that will be enough.
Okay.
Just go about your day, and take a break if you need to. It'll be all right.
She nods.
You'll be all right.
And scurries away from the from the room, and you can step back out into the hall.
Okay. Right, and then I'll head towards the scroll repository.
Yeah, you've been here.
Do you need to sign in to be able to go
you
there?
don't,
Or can
no.
I just go there?
Because you have already,
Wearing
so your proposal for a spell has
robes.
already been accepted, so you are basically given infinite access to the scroll repository.
Yeah.
Yeah, so because of your particular situation, this is all relatively trivial. You make your way into the scroll repository. You can look at each of the little nooks. There's only 4. This is a relatively small scroll repository compared to the one in Mythos. And sitting in one of the nooks is a man perfectly matching the description. He doesn't look very stressed. He's just looks to be reading a book.
The space next to him where I could sit down?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll sit down next to him.
He'll look over, and at first he sees you, and then he sees your judge's badge, and he seems to recognize you. I mean, you've probably seen him in here before when you were doing your spell research, and he says,
Yeah.
"Oh, Lord Judge.
I'd like to talk to you privately.
All right. I know what you are." Where do you want to talk to him? I mean, you could pull the curtain on the reading booth, or you could, yeah. I don't know what level of privacy you want.
Very high level privacy. The house where we're staying at, we share that, right?
Yeah, you do. When you left this morning, Grania and Primius were both puttering about.
I guess I'll close the curtain.
Okay.
Make sure there's nobody in the booths next to us.
Yeah, I mean, it's like noon in a cold December day in a relatively boring scroll repository. There's a single archivist on like the ground level, but you're on the second floor with the study room, so you're the only one up here. Oh, and Titius.
Right. So I'll wordlessly pull out the pamphlet you handed her.
Yeah, his eyes go wide. One of his hands, which was holding the book, begins to start to stray towards the spell book, which is also sitting on the table.
I'll say, don't make any sudden moves.
He's starting to turn paler.
Come with me. If you try anything stupid, I'll hand you over to the authorities.
He grits his teeth. I'm not going to just walk to my death, Imperial lapdog.
I'll say even more quietly, I'm not. I'm on your side. That's why I'm asking you to not do anything stupid. You already did something stupid enough.
He clearly, he's clearly highly suspicious of that claim, but he's not going to like throw his life away if there's a very small chance he doesn't get tortured to death. So he will, slowly move his hand back towards the book that he was holding and close it and put it down on the table.
Right. I'm going to cast a spell of invisibility on both of us now. But do not be alarmed. I'm not going to do any harm to you. Okay?
He slowly nods.
Okay, I'll cast invisibility at 3rd level on both of us.
So the fancy scroll repositories of the Empire, or like the important rooms, would have wards that remove invisibility. This scroll repository does not have that, though, because it's not that valuable. Like everything here has been reproduced 1,000 times. There's nothing super unique here.
And I'll hold his hand.
Yeah.
So and then I'll leave and I'll try to find a place where we can talk undisturbed for a bit.
Yeah, so your best bet would probably be to go to a condemned building in the row house district. Now, you would probably have rats listening to you, but and sometimes there's people who need homes and so they sleep in there, especially in the winter. But you can certainly find an abandoned building in the row house district. You just have to step over some broken glass and break some boards and stuff.
That's okay.
Okay.
We're staying invisible until we get until we get there.
Yeah, you can go there, hop the back fence, remove some board that will break invisibility, and then go inside. And Titius is still clearly he even when the invisibility finally breaks, as you remove one of the boards, he's looking around, expecting that at any moment he's gonna get dragged into some torture chamber.
Oh, yeah, understandable.
This is some Frumentari shit, being no, I'm on your side. Please, let's go talk about your organization.
Okay. As soon as we arrive, I'll say, okay. Don't try running away. I'm not going to harm you, and besides, it will be pointless.
Who the hell are you? I thought you were an Imperial Judge.
I am an Imperial Judge. You're an idiot. How did you become an Arcanist?
I don't know how to answer that question. You just kind of stutters.
Do you really think that handing this out to a clerk at the Department of Magic is going to not get you in trouble?
Lutali
You're
isn't
lucky
some
she came
random
to me.
clerk. I thought...
She's not ready.
You can see based on his face that there's more interpersonal things going on than merely trying to recruit her into the organization. He gets real fucking crestfallen.
I'm so sorry. I understand, but jeez.
It was
So,
so no
bleeding
one else
into a.
went to you.
How many people have you given this to?
5?
Jesus. Aurelian Soul, are you trying to get? Are you trying to make your mark on the world before they burn you at the stake for heresy?
How are we supposed to expand the movement if we're not recruiting people?
Leave the recruiting to people who know what they're doing, okay?
I even had those printed myself.
Yes, you idiot! Do you think was the printer one of you?
No.
You think he might have overlooked maybe what he printed?
Well, it was they print other sort of edgy imperial poetry. I thought that something like this would be par for the course for their little office.
Something like this, you get a few dozen, and you put them in one of the places where the young, the academic, the provocative meet. You don't just hand it to people who work in the imperial system because you think they like you. That's suicidal.
Oh.
There's a good chance somebody else might have alerted the authorities. So, this is going to be a bit unpleasant. Would you rather make a fairly long journey, or stay here and hope nobody tells on you and possibly burn at the stake?
I'd rather be brave. I'd rather face tyranny in its face.
Oh dear. Rather fight here. Damn it, why are my high level spell slots used right now?
You don't find yourself sympathizing with the young revolutionary?
Of course I do, but he's a liability because he's an idiot.
Yeah, you do have to wonder who recruited him. It certainly wasn't your uncle.
Good question, I'll say. How'd you come to be one of us? Who told you about it?
He's about to say something and then he pauses and squints his eyes. How do I know you're who you say you are?
Well, number one is I haven't yet handed you into anything or turned you into a pile of dust. Even though I'm a judge, and I very much am allowed to. How would I? There's not really like a identification.
No, because if there was, like, your whole organization could be like discovered person by person.
Wait, what's like a popular thing that's like quoted by the Captios and Creed?
Ooh,
like a quote.
Yeah. Let me check. There's definitely some words of Captiosis that were removed from later revisions of the Summa Theologica. Oh, all men are equal within the Divine's light. That is a instantly heretical statement under the Verusian Creed, but in the Captiosan Creed it's quite common.
So yeah, I'll say, and also because all men are equal under the Divine's light.
He slowly begins to nod. It was an Aedile from Tarocco. I never got his name. He just well, he seemed to think that He told me to stay undercover, not to talk to anyone until after I was an Arcanist, but then he just disappeared. He never came and followed up, and all I had
Adile
was...
of Taroko. He never told you his name, but I'll give him a vague description. I'll ask him, what did he look like, actually?
He
I'll
had
just see if it matches
sort
up
of
with Bogby.
short black hair. He was clean shaven. He had this big fur coat that he wore a lot of the time. He had a sort of funny accent to him.
Yeah, it's Bogdy. Right?
And so he never followed up. And so I used this
followed
pamphlet
up.
to try to form my own little group. I call it the Circle of Liberation.
Okay. I admire what you do, but
There's others interested people. I've given it out 5 times, but it sounds like only Lutalia turned me in. That means there's 4 others.
okay. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what you're gonna do. You're going to go to Lutalia's place tonight. And you're going to... You'd rather live brave, so what you're going to do is you're going to confess your love to her. Ask her to...
She reported me.
She was terrified. Try to tell her... Make something up about how you were trying to impress her by seeming by seeming brave and revolutionary. That's not too far from the truth.
But I am brave.
See? Well, she'll come natural to her. Just try to tell her that you were just trying to show her that you have an open mind and that you are willing to ask questions. You're inquisitive. I'm sure she'll find that less terrifying. And for the love of God, if you go there, do not bring your spellbook, any weapons. She's going to think you're going there to kill a witness. He's terrified of this. Try to make clear to her that whatever you gave her, it was more trying to get a reaction out of her than you really believed in the words, and apologize.
Okay.
Say it was a big misunderstanding.
You think this will work?
Well, if it doesn't, then I can't really do much for you.
How do we know if she believes me?
I'm going to talk to her tomorrow.
And the others that I gave the pamphlet to?
If any of them... Wait. Okay. I'm going to pull out a piece of paper I have. An etching of some fragmentary words I found at Bogdy's desk. And I'll quickly flash them to him just to gauge his reaction if he knows any of the words.
He looked at it, and I mean, so the thing about Frumentari as a language is that it is just Mythdosian, but it's repurposed, obviously, so it becomes nonsense to most people looking at it. So he just roll an insight check.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to gauge. Fuck. If this guy is who he says he is, I'm trying to see if this guy was sent to specifically out me.
Yeah, so his brow furrows, really confused as he looks at the letters. He says, "What is that?"
Oh, you don't know? I'll put it back.
Well, it's just
But you were one
gibberish.
of us.
What do you? Was this some test I failed?
Does he seem genuine?
This guy's the worst liar and actor you've met in your entire life. This guy, if it is a Frumentari, he's really good. He's like really good at acting really stupid.
Okay. I'm saying. No,
he was, to be fair though,
pass.
he's made an Arcanist only a couple weeks ago, so.
Actually, I'll ask him like a fairly complicated question about like evocation. Something that any good Arcanist that passed recently should know.
Yeah.
But something that a spy might not know.
Okay, yeah, you ask him a question about the level of guano placed in a fireball versus a scorching ray, which is a very common question on the evocationist's final test, because if you fuck it up, you cast a spell you didn't intend to. And he will kind of furrow his brow for a second, wondering what the fuck you're doing this for, but then he will answer slightly off. He's actually wrong, but it's close enough to the right answer that you're like, he's probably just wrong. Basically, he gets within a gram of the proper weights of the two materials.
I'll tell him. Okay, was slightly off, by the way. Be careful with that. But
Wait,
I was just
really?
Yeah, by a gram.
Oh. Okay.
What?
Good.
Okay.
So do I go apologize to Lutalia now?
Yes, the confessing your love thing is really optional, honestly. I thought that it might carry some favor with her. I think she appreciates honesty, and she might appreciate a young dashing man going for a favor.
I'll do it. Anything for the Republic.
This isn't purely for the Republic. That's for you. I don't think the Republic specifically needs her. Just needs you not to fuck up this bad. Mend it however you think it would do, but please don't hand this out to anybody anymore.
Okay. How do I get new people then?
I'm going to give you a contact to a post box in the Delian League. You send letters to there, and they'll tell you how you can help.
He nods. I see.
I'm not going to give you this right away because I have to confirm with them first.
Are there more of us? Are we close?
I'll look at them and smile. We're closer than you could hope for, which is why it's so important not to get caught.
I see.
You see, I was once in your shoes. Young, just turned an Arcanist, and full of vigor and enthusiasm for the cause. They look for that, especially in young people.
Who is they?
The people that are looking for people like us and
Judges did that.
Not just judges. There's people that you wouldn't even recognize. I'll say quietly, from Atari.
He looks at you with a blank expression. He doesn't
Surely
know
people
what that is.
know what they are.
Here's the thing.
Okay.
A lot of people do. This guy doesn't.
What the fuck?
You just said like the CIA, and he just looked at you with like a blank expression. He's like, I don't know that one.
Little bro doesn't know about. I'll be like, they're the people they send to do the dirty things for the Emperor and their creed.
Oh. I thought, no offense, I thought that's what judges did.
We judges have a lot more freedom, and we're not nearly as subtle about it.
I see.
You're lucky. Do you have any idea how lucky you ran into me? If there was any other person that Lucentia reported you to, you would be on your way to a torture cell right now. Please be careful. For your own sake, for the cause, and don't make these mistakes.
Alright.
And if anybody, you can let's keep I don't have much free time, but let's keep let's keep in touch.
Gladly. I only spoke
what
to the
circle
Adile
of
for...
evocation are you up to?
Oh, well, at present, I'm actually being kept on staff for, scroll-making purposes, and he kind of deflates. It's not bad work, it's just very menial.
Well, I could, in my free time, which sometimes I'll often be out of town, but in my free time, I could help you and take you on as a little apprentice on the side. I'm currently working on creating my own spell of the 7th circle, so I'm sure that there's some things I could teach you.
Oh, there are wizard judges? I thought all of you were, swordsmen. Kicking down doors and whatnot.
I prefer holding a pen or a wand, and my eyes don't glow, as you can see.
Yeah.
Though
I'd
if you
appreciate
ever
that.
come around to the place I stay, be careful. We do have somebody whose eyes glow around there.
Is it... He kind of leans in. Is it true that, those people with glowing eyes, they can tell when you're lying?
Not much more than a person who knows humans well.
That myth he just repeated to you, that is something that you've heard that before, but it's only spoken by, like, Tabrashan children on the plains, because they're very fucking scared whenever Inquisitors come to town and they have all these, like, boogeyman-style stories about them. You've never heard any Imperial child ever say something like that.
Yeah. Well, I'll give him the address I live at. If you need to... if once you're done this evening, just come by, ask for Corvus. That's me.
All right, I will. And
one more thing, and I'll pat his shoulder and pluck out a single hair.
Oh, what'd you do that? Oh, scrying.
In case you get captured, I need to get you out of there.
I know that spell. All right. All right, I'll go to Latalia's then.
All right. Good luck.
Yeah, he exits from the row house, and Corvus, this guy's really dumb. If he gets caught...
Oh yeah, I know.
He's gonna fuck you over. Are we planning on leaving leaving him to go about this?
Oh, fuck no, I'm going invisible following.
Oh. Okay, I understand now. Okay, I was like, you're giving this guy a remarkable amount of trust.
I'm not stupid.
Okay. All right. Well, you shadow him to Lutalia's, and he's clearly been here before, probably multiple times. He goes up to the apartment. It's well after, when she would be off work, and he knocks on the door. And what follows is a surprisingly suave recovery. It's not that, like, he's a good liar. It's just that he is a pretty charming young man. I mean, there's a reason why he managed to get so many people not to report him, or at least he isn't currently being tortured to death. And he, explains that he just wanted to impress her. And, it's easy to kind of weave the lies and truth together. And Lutalia's reaction is basically she never wants to see him again. But, like, that's about it. Like, she just doesn't find anything about that intriguing, interesting at all. Like, that shit almost could have gotten her killed and certainly could have gotten him killed. So she literally never wants to see him again. But she does understand that, he was just being a little rambunctious fella.
Yeah. And then for the future, I'm going to keep him. I'm going to try to keep him on a very short leash. Try to make sure he doesn't tell anybody else. not try to share too much.
Yeah, I
and,
mean, you can teach him the basic ideas of like cell security, about who to tell what, how to. At this point, he's already told way too many people, so you just like don't tell anyone else beyond your current group. Like only respond, only talk. Like there's a whole list of things that if Bogdan survived, he probably would have taught this guy, but you know, the incident. So that leaves you to kind of fill in his space.
And then to the rest of the judges, I'll just explain that I've taken on an apprentice to help me with scroll making and just research for my spell.
Yeah, so for the rest of the month, I think this will be pretty easy. Hopefully, once you're away, he doesn't do any shit that gets you in trouble.
How much does an Arcanist get paid for, like, scroll making?
They get very little, actually. This is a part of his mandatory service to the Empire, so he gets basically enough to like pay for food in his place where
How
he
much
lives.
would that be?
Probably
approximately?
about 2 gold a month.
Okay, so I'll keep him on a payroll of 3 gold a month to make sure he doesn't fuck up and stays loyal.
I understand. Alrighty. Well,
I'll subtract 3 gold for now.
Maximus gets back on the 16th. To Nauseous from his little adventure on the plains. And that was only the ending part of that picked up, Blake, so it was like a siren sounding.
Oh, I did it.
I know, I heard the yip. I assumed. And
We're so back.
on the 18th, there is news across the Empire. Yogi's heard this before because his solo session went this far, but the Imperial legions at Kuzhva were attacked in the dead of winter. Not by the Son of the Dragon's human army, but by an army of trolls and trollkin.
Jesus.
They came out of the night. They killed a couple of hundred legionnaires. They gathered together some trollkin captives that were being employed by the Legion as basically a penal battalion, and then they left. So they just came in the dead of the night, slaughtered hundreds of people, and left. And the stories that get back from the legions are of like 11-foot tall trolls that were stabbed 50 times and healed through all of it. And, you know, a red-eyed prophet at the head of an army of green monsters. It's pretty grim shit. And there's a lot of fear throughout Mythdosia that the Son of the Dragon has started making deals with fucking monsters to try to fight Mythdosia. There's like, what, you know, to what degree won't he stoop? It seems like he's willing to do basically anything to achieve victory on the plains. Yeah, it's grim shit. Alrighty. And then Zednius.
Alex,
Yeah?
I do have one thing. Is Grania back yet?
She is, yeah. Yeah, in fact, I was going to go to Zednius because then everyone would be back, but if you want to do something before Zednius gets back, feel free.
Yes. I would do this almost immediately after I return from my trip to the bank.
Yeah. You clip-clop back to the villa. You hop off Mickey, and the villa is practically filled with people at this point. Primius is over in a corner with an old legionnaire. The two of them are talking about like some sort of stealthy, like they're talking about moving quietly while wearing armor. Grania is like curled up in the corner, and you see Corvus with a man you don't recognize, the two of them working on spell scrolls, all kind of like in various places around the central courtyard of the villa.
Have I seen any of these people since I returned, or is this
Nope.
like the first time?
Probably the first time because you departed rather swiftly, so.
Yep. All right, I'll go over to Grania.
She'll just kind of look up as you approach.
I've missed you, Grania. Here, can I have something I'd like to discuss with you.
She'll kind of tilt her head to the side and sign here.
No.
Maximus, how's your sign language, by the way?
Not great. Let me consult here.
Well, she's mute, not deaf, so...
Well, I mean, for understanding her signs.
It's not 0, I'll tell you that.
Sure, but what's the number, though?
8 of 40.
All right, keep it real simple, though. This guy's not going to
Real-
understand anything else.
Real shaky. Real shaky.
Yeah.
No, not here.
She'll stand up and sign important.
I'd say so, yeah. We can just go And then in a lower voice, somewhere where they aren't.
She'll seem confused, but she'll just nod and follow.
Trudge into the dining room or something.
Yeah, I mean,
People
this villa is maybe one story, but it's quite sizable. You can go find the back garden, the dining room, one of your bed chambers. There's many options for, there's a fucking granary. Like, this is a big building. So there's lots of places where you can get a private conversation.
Yes. You remember, I'm not even sure if I told you all or not. Remember when I acquired a teleport scroll on Gela Isle months and months ago, whenever that was?
You just quickly shake her head back and forth no.
Well, I did. And, I'm not big on magic, so I thought the Department of Magic could use it, and, they could use it, and I now have a rather sizable sum of money. I gave some to Father Rexion. Was that the one, Alex? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I gave him a cut, and I'd like to offer you a cut as well.
She'll just kind of tilt her head in confusion, then pull out her coin purse and sign. And she'll point at it and like give say good or give a thumbs up.
Yeah. Do you have a bank account set up?
She looks even more confused.
Your cut would come out to just under 5 million pence.
Does Granny even know what that number means?
She'll look down at her money still and take the coin out and kind of start inspecting it, and then she'll raise it up to him and sign. I'm trying to think of how to say this in as few words as possible.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you can start spelling shit out because those are pretty simple signs, even in American Sign Language.
I'll just say not good and ask her the question.
Not good.
Has her own coins.
No, those. Oh, I see. No, those coins are fine. It's just, this would set you up for basically anything you wanted to do later in life. You wouldn't have to worry about money. Well, if you spent it wisely, ever again. Even at your young age.
She'll just sign don't understand.
Okay. I forget how young you are sometimes.
Because from her perspective, the money she has has always been more than enough.
Yeah, and also, how do you conceptualize $5 million when the most you ever spend is a gold?
Alex, how much do I think this villa is?
This villa is actually quite expensive. It was owned by the governor and then given to you guys for free. To buy it outright would probably be 8,000 gold, somewhere around there, 8 million.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
Come with me to the balcony.
She'll seem confused and apprehensive at first, but she'll follow.
I'll look around the balcony. Is there a house I can roughly estimate at 5 million gold? I think that's how much she would get, maybe a bit less, right?
Yeah, you're in the palatial district, so you can kind of eyeball the various structures around you. It'd be a little bit smaller than where you are, but still have some buildings attached to it, maybe a stables or something. So you can point out a building. Probably a 30-40 room house with a stable attached.
Your cut would be able to buy that entire property, and I'll point to said property.
She'll kind of just look over it and then look back and then sign our house not good.
I see this is not really getting anywhere.
Just get Premius. He doesn't give a fuck about money.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Trust fund kid.
Let's go.
You all have no need for, the rest of you have no need for, well, I'm sure Corvus could use it, but he's not getting fucking a penny of my hard-earned schmeckles.
So wait, important question, because I don't know if this was ever disclosed. Didn't Zednius actually open a bank account for Grania at some point? Or did Peach?
think
I thought I remember
Severus
something
did.
about this.
Yes, so
No
Severus,
shot Zednius did.
Severus, Maximus, and Renesmee set up a bank account joint for you.
Yeah.
You would only have access to if all three of us were still like present.
Yeah, and two
So
of
That's
those
right,
people
we
are
When
now
we are
dead.
not there, it's
Yeah.
We
kind
have
of
a-
inaccessible.
We do have a shared vault. I have that written down, but
Yeah.
I was wondering if Grania had her own, like just in her name.
Well, no, because she doesn't even know how to operate the imperial bureaucracy.
Yeah, it looks like you guys opened one for her that you manage,
Yeah.
but your character doesn't.
Hmm. Okay. Well. If you ever need anything that costs money, don't bother with the rest of them. Just come to me almost no matter the sum. Alright?
She'll just smile and nod, sign, okay.
Alright. That's good enough for now. Also, if you have time over these next couple weeks, I'd love to improve my sign language.
Now that she'll be more excited about. She'll nod rapidly, and she'll sign a little bit frantically, and then realize you probably didn't understand what she was saying, and just tell when or ask when.
I'm not busy anymore, so whenever works for you. Oh, wait, till... Oh, alright, yep. I think
Yeah, I mean, over your guys'
understood
long
that right.
rest, you can do that. Cool. Yeah, I mean, let's just hammer out some proficiency stuff. So, Corvus, I assume you're doing spell research for the next week or 2 weeks.
Would I have any free time besides that?
Yeah, I mean, you only can do it for about 8 hours a day before your brain's mush. So,
Yeah, I think for the rest of the time, I'd do some casual sign language learning.
you can't learn and do spell research, unfortunately. Those are both pretty
Never
constant
mind.
activities.
Before I forget,
I think
Corvus-
I'll.
Yeah.
Corvus, add 20 arcane ink to your sheet.
Oh, okay.
That's big.
Thank you. That'll
Oh.
help.
Okay, so add Corvus's Blazing Salvo as a resource on your sheet, or I don't know how you want to track this, but with your assistant's help, because he's actually a fully proper, mage, he can assist you with the spell research, so you can get 4 out of 20 weeks of progress towards completing the spell.
Oh, 420.
True, dude, what the fuck? Blaze it, brother. So true.
Blazing salvo. God.
Whoa! Wowzers. Now we need Corvus's Ganja as the next spell. Okay,
He already smokes the pipe.
True.
Like halfway there.
Lights his pipe with a blazing salvo mortar that plummets down from the sky.
Corvus
That would be
and
so
big
based.
doink pack.
All right, and then Maximus, you can add 4 weeks of sign language progress, and
Huge.
Zednius.
Oh, fuck. Oops.
On
Oh.
the 19th, you return to Nasius. You made it back from your little trip.
Why was I going to Nasius?
Well, it's not that you're going back to Nasius, that you're coming back to Nasius from the mound incident.
But isn't my house in
Tarako?
T
I guess that's
something?
true. Your house
Tarako.
is technically in Tarako, but Nasius is your base of operations. I don't know where you'd want to go back to.
is it the judge's base of operations?
It is, yeah, but I mean, everyone else doesn't have. I
Okay.
guess you could go back to Tarako if you wanted to. That is
Yeah,
your
I figured
house.
I unless I know that something's coming up, I'm going
No,
right
I mean,
to
Not
Tarako.
necessarily. Okay, cool. Well, you make your way back to your estate in in outside of Tarraco. Tercio Poste, I think was the name. That sounds right.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it's been a while since you've seen the property. It's winter, so it's kind of depressing looking. All the trees are leafless.
It's not a lot of income.
Yeah, no crops are being planted this time of year. It's all just kind of dead. But the estate itself is quite warm, and your many servants are happy to attend to your every need. And the night after you get back, there will be a little red dot in the bottom left corner of your window when you wake up in the morning. It has a maze-like pattern to it with an X in the bottom left, which is a frumentari signal that there is both a dead drop in the house, and it's temporary, and it's inside of one of the chimneys.
Oh, okay. How many chimneys do I have?
Fortunately, there's about 8 of them.
Oh my god, I'm balling.
It's quite a big estate.
I'm gonna check. Yeah, just check all 8 of them.
Yeah, I mean, if you were in a place like a shared residence, this would be a bit more difficult because, you don't want your shit getting burned, but you are the master of this house, and, you just go from thing to thing using fire pokers to search, and eventually you find a small slip of paper. It's written in Frumentari code, and it gives you an address in the row house district of Nasius, and that's it.
So I gotta go to Nasius?
Unfortunately, yes.
And it's a specific road?
Yeah, it's honestly because you're from Nasius and you grew up in the row house district, you would know that the place being indicated on this is like a very shitty building. Like this is on the equivalent of like Skid Row or something. Like this very, very dangerous street in Nasius where only criminals largely reside, or very, 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 very impoverished people.
Okay. Well, I gotta get there ASAP because I only there's only one person that would leave me a Frumentari dead drop, I think.
Yeah, now if it is Tullius, he must have done it through like a middleman, because why would he like leave a cryptic message rather than just go inside your house and talk to you? But
was the hold on, what's the handwriting on the symbol? Is it hard to tell?
Tullius doesn't have a consistent handwriting, so it's
Okay.
hard to tell.
Okay.
Alex be munching. Jeez, how would
All right,
Alrighty.
pack up, give me good traveling amenities, rations, etc. for trip to Nasius.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you get yourself nice and washed up because you have servants to assist you. And as you get on a carriage to head to Nasius, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Be right back. Zednius, you set out from Tortio Poste back to Nasius. It takes about 2 days of hard travel. And obviously, you make your way towards the row house district. As you turn a street corner into the familiar density of the district, you get a feeling of listlessness and confusion. And then your surroundings are now different. It's as if you just fell asleep and then woke up again in a new place. You're inside of a house, still in the row house district, based on the cramped and moist interior. Tullius stands before a section of wall, looking up at a map of Transpontar Celeria. There are nearly 4 dozen pins on the board, with small labels of text. He runs a hand across the board. Standing near the window, looking down onto the nearby street, you see the familiar face of that spellcaster from Tarraco, Kulon, you think her name was. And you also see Optimer. He is sitting in a chair with his helmet off, and he looks wretched. His skin is pale, his veins are like dark, his eyes are wide. He looks as if he's seen death. There's one problem though, which is you don't remember how you got here. You don't remember walking from the boundary of the row house district to this room. And Tullius will turn around and say, "Ah, you found him. Welcome, Zednius."
What did you do to me? I was just on the street.
Yeah, it's quite a disorienting effect, isn't it?
First time for me, yeah.
Yeah. You walked here under your own free will. It's just that, and then he says a name, but immediately the name is forgotten. He brought you here.
Oh fuck, I know what that is. Okay.
Either way, I did what you asked of me with that cloak of yours. Where were you, by the way? I had assets at both Torchio Poste and the Judge's Villa. You seem to have gone on a little trip.
Yes, it was something for Pedregal.
Ah, and how is he?
Better than ever. But I don't think he'll be joining me anytime soon.
He walks over to the table that Optimer's kind of sitting next to, looking very grim. And Tullius will pick up the green cloak and kind of drape it out and then hand it over to you and say, well, our friend, Miss Coulon here, identified it. Would you like the rundown?
Yes.
All right.
Absolutely.
Here's the description. I will read it for the chowder. This vibrant cloak looks befitting of royalty. A lining of fur runs down the sides, while silver thread holds it together. A texture of branches interspersed with a variety of otherworldly creatures, such as black dogs, redcaps, and hags, is present on the main green portion of the cloak. However, this can change at a whim. It may appear as a tattered beggar's wrap, a noble's embroidered mantle, or a harlequin's motley. The first ability is that the cloak can change to any appearance, style, fabric, etc. The Master of Illusions provides the ability to cast a number of illusion spells both at will or once a day. The wearer can become invisible for 2 hours a day, just basically uncapped, just 2 hours a day. It also gives you the ability to make an illusionary clone of yourself to take an attack that would have targeted you. And then it has a curse, which is that if the cloak is not used for doing illusion magic at least once every 3 days, it'll start doing some illusion magic and spells of its own. And the Tullius will kind of explain that in more accurate terms, like lore accurate terms, and he'll kind of drape the cloak over your arm and say, now, you're the one that recovered it, but I would request that I be able to keep it.
Why is that?
There's a particular job that's going to be coming up in a couple of days, and he says a name which quickly, leaves your thoughts, is going to, well, I think he'd benefit from the cloak.
I invested a lot to get this away from the party.
I'm certain you did, and I greatly appreciate your efforts. You know that you're not unappreciated, right, son?
Of course. Of course.
I've been meaning to give you this for a while, and it just, there's been a lot moving. And he reaches into his pocket and withdraws a ring. Both Kulan Aga and Optimer have this same ring. It's a ring with an A and a T in the Mithdosian script, kind of like overlapped over top of one another. So it's an A with a T over it, and he hands the ring to you. It cost quite a pretty penny to get that commissioned, but it'll allow you to talk to me once a day. I won't be away anymore. I'll be here in the Empire, so I think it'd be good for us to remain in frequent contact. It's limited to 25 words, but... And he kind of slips it onto your finger. I don't want us to be apart again.
Of course not. When will I be able to help more directly?
It's a fair question. I'm willing to bring you somewhat into the circle of trust. Come to the board, and I'll walk over to the map of Transpontar Solaria. This is, of course, this province. I have boards like this for each of the Imperial provinces. Each of those, and he points towards a series of little red flags, those are what I consider the keys to power in these various provinces. Governors, wealthy businessmen, legions. Each of those, and he gestures towards a light teal flag, is either a frumentari or an agent of an organization called the Atlia that I've been forming over the last 2 years or so. Blue must neutralize red, or at least subvert it for us to be successful. I've been putting things like this together for each province, and Well, it's hard to overstate how much easier you've made all this with your contributions, my boy. The Imperial Province is obviously the most difficult. That has perhaps 3 or 4 times more people who would need to be persuaded than Transpontar Solaria. So, soon I'll need you to retire as a judge and join me in Mythos proper. With the 2 of us in the city, it'll be a lot easier to get things moving there. But for the next couple of weeks, I'll be here in Nauseus, tying up loose ends in Transpontar Solaria, making sure that each of those is dealt with when the time comes.
Okay.
And the
And
cloak,
I'll hand him back the cloak. Yeah.
he nods, and you see his arm, like, he clearly hands it to somebody, but it's very weird. Like, you see his arm extend, and then the cloak's gone, and you don't know who has it. And then he says, "Take
Do
good
I
care
know
of
that I don't know?
Yes,
who
you know that
it
you
is?
don't know, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, can I ask him what's how he's able to work with this?
After you gave it to me, I undertook a series of very extensive tests. I found a sort of killer combo that allows one to retain memory. I believe it's similar to the process that you used to retain memory of the initial thief. It's a mixture of remove curse, detection of magic, and then he holds up his finger, and a ring of mind shielding. Luckily for us, the rings of mind shielding have limited effect on their own. In fact, most autarchs are equipped with something like this to prevent their thoughts from being read by agents of the enemy. But you need to include the other measures that I take to actually fully retain memory of our friend here. In fact, I'm not even sure if you'll remember me saying this to you. The longer he wears the cloak, the more potent its effects seem to become.
Do I know? Have I met this person?
If you did, you wouldn't remember him. But yes,
Oh, is that
you've
how
met
it
him a
works?
couple of
Okay.
times. He's like you in Severus. He's a good, loyal man, and you can see, Tullius look towards somewhere. And I'm glad to call him my son. But the cloak will be greatly needed. There are a few linchpins that hold the Empire together that are very difficult to unlock. Something like that will make these far easier.
Of course.
He kind of waves Kulan away from the window, and she kind of migrates, and he sits down next to the window with you and says, "I can't really thank you enough for all you've done, my boy. I think it'll only be a little bit longer now."
Anything for you, Father.
He puts his hand on your shoulder and kind of squeezes it. Your tip on Bogdy and the others proved very helpful. We managed to root out around 24 of their ilk, Solaria and Atlia. Do you have any idea from Corvus as to where others might be hiding?
I have no idea. I haven't talked to him since last we spoke.
I understand. There's still time plenty. But if you ever feel that nothing can be extracted through him through friendship, let me know.
Okay.
Someday, later this month, I think that we should spend some time together. Have a father-son outing.
My eyes brighten up at that, for sure.
I'll think of
I'd
something.
love to.
Oh, they're gonna play some catch.
Well, I'll keep you apprised and use the ring if you need it. But try to
Is
keep
it
it
once
private.
a day? Is it once a week? How
It's
is
once
it?
a
How
day.
does it-
Yes,
once
and
a day.
try to keep it under wraps. One day the Ateriolaris will be able to step out into the sunlight of the Empire, but we're not quite there yet. There are still organizations which,
So does that mean I shouldn't wear this all the time? I should
only wear it when you need
the
to use it.
symbol. Of course. Okay.
And I think I've warned you of this before, but if anyone approaches you claiming to be a Frumentari agent, other than myself, Optima, or Kulan, tell me immediately. There are still a small number of vestigial forces resisting me within the Empire.
Are the Frumentari still a major force, or what's happening there?
And scratches his head. He's always kind of kept you at an arm's length from what's been happening in the Frumentari, mostly because of it just wasn't a need-to-know thing, but he seems to have laid a decent chunk of his cards on the table, so he'll say, the Frumentari had a second head. His name was Lek. Well, obviously it's not his real name, but it's as real as Holius. And he largely operated behind enemy lines. We had agents all across the various principalities, as well as some within the Empire proper. We kept two entirely distinct chains of command. Back a couple of months ago, when the Department of Faith was at its zenith, I pulled upon some strings, found evidence of his heresy at his estate in the capital. And with that, him and all of his subordinates were declared anathema. Of course, he replied by saying he was no traitor, and that in fact I was attempting to subvert power within the Empire. Some negotiations went back and forth, but ultimately I decided that talk was not going to get us anywhere, so I spent a couple of months in the East dealing with him and as much of his network as I could dig up by the roots. But he's a very smart man. There are still some of his agents embedded here in the Empire proper.
Right.
Either way, they won't be a huge problem. They're viewed as renegades, and unless they can get someone with a decent amount of power to listen to them, we have nothing to worry about. I suspect that Bogdi was one such man, but he was not very talkative. Either way, I'll see you later this month for some well-deserved time together.
Okay. And I'll hug him, and then
Yeah, as you go to leave, you'll experience a similar thing where, clearly something happened and that time just kind of evaporates because you forget it. You forget, the walking, you forget everything. And by the time that you come back to, you remember things again, you are on the edge of the row house district and you're midway through saying goodbye. Like you can feel your mouth like forming the word goodbye, but you're not talking to anyone. There's no one there.
And then boom, I'm on the street. Okay.
Yeah. So with that one,
you said I could get a scabbard for Hetmanaro, but do I have that?
You do not currently have one because Callum Rasta didn't need one, but for this one you probably do want one because that's your off switch, like that's your mute button to make him stop fucking talking.
Yeah.
Do you want to get one commissioned here in Nasius?
Yeah.
All right.
I need it before I meet back up with the other people, I think.
Yeah, it's like 2 Electrum. It's pretty cheap to just get a leather scabbard. There is, of course, the caveat that they have to make it without touching the sword, which requires you to give them specific measurements, but that's not, impossible. It just is a little bit of an extra headache. But throughout this time, Het Menariel has continued to talk. If you ever have questions about what he's yapping about, we can talk about it then, but he is constantly talking about his achievements and how the two of you will do great actions together and how you'll paint the world in blood.
Okay. I want it to be known then that Tullius can see that maybe I'm a little distracted when we're having this mission because he's probably yapping in my ear and I couldn't...
Yeah, you hear him saying, these are cowards. They do not fight with, blades. They fight with secrets. And yeah, classic Het Menariel moment. Okay, so you're in Nasius. You get your sword scabbarded, and 2 days later, this is for everyone now. Each of you is in Nasius for different reasons. Zednius, you're staying at a hotel waiting for your father to contact you regarding some time spent together. There are other 4 of you are at the judge's villa. And You awaken to the sound of bells. These are not normal morning bells from churches and stuff. These are bells of alarm. Something very big has happened.
How early is it?
It's about 8 in the morning, so you're probably already awake.
Hour, yeah.
I'm-
Oh, that ain't good. Do they have specific alarm bells for specific, emergencies?
Nope.
Oh,
Do I have my stuff
okay
up?
then.
Yeah, I mean, it's like 8 in the morning, so I assume you and Maximus have been up for hours.
All right, yeah. I'm
Have I
gonna-
taken a long rest since at any point?
2 of them, in fact.
Okay,
So
I
it
can
could be
restore my
like-
HP and
Yeah, all that.
spell slots.
It could be like a fire or something.
No. Fires would not cause citywide alarm
Oh.
bells. Unless it's
It's
like
like
a
localized.
city, like, leveling fire.
I'm gonna run check what's going on.
Yeah, you're Prometheus, you're the first one out of the house, emerging out onto the streets, and people seem to be also, like every other house, people are emptying out to go figure out what's happening. And you see a crowd of people over near the steps of the governor's palace, because you're within eyesight, like your villa's right there.
What's going on?
You
Or
can,
is it-
you can approach the crowd and try to figure out what they're looking at.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, we'll zoom back to the other judges. Grania, Prometheus, or sorry, Prometheus, Grania, Corvus, Maximus.
Mhm.
What are you guys doing?
Eh.
I'm highly alarmed. So I think I'm grabbing like my most important research notes and everything. Like I'm starting like some packing
Yeah,
in case we have to leave at a moment's notice.
okay.
And then I'll quickly head out and see what the fuss is all about.
All right. Maximus?
I basically live packed, and if it's important, they'll come and get us. I
Do you
continue.
keep eating breakfast?
I continue eating second breakfast.
And Grania,
Yes.
what about you? You see 2 people going outside. Maximus seems unconcerned. What are you doing?
Grania probably was sleeping in since I didn't have any specific
Sure.
things to do. So she probably is like half asleep, just like downstairs watching one person eat breakfast and the other person run around frantically. So she just probably also sits down and just starts eating breakfast.
And Zednius in your hotel, what are you up to?
I'll go out to the street and see.
All right. You will
where
see
those
at a
come
fountain there's a crier, explaining to the crowds something. The speech that will be heard by Prometheus, Zednius, and Corvus are all basically the same. The story is thus. Consul Antonius Niberius Gaius Perusian Verusian, presumptive heir to the Empire and legate of the First Legion, has been scurrilously assassinated by the Son of the Dragon. His bodyguards and many others lay dead, but no attacker has yet been found. There is no depths to which the Son of the Dragon will not stoop. He will assassinate in the dark. He will aid himself with the monsters. And now, the Emperor has officially convened a succession council to determine who shall follow him as Emperor of this divine status. And that's the update. There is great confusion as to how such a thing would be possible. The announcers have no further information. They don't know like how this guy was killed. I mean, he was in the middle of the war camp at Kujva, surrounded by the First Legion and 6 others, and he's dead now, somehow.
I think Zednis has an idea.
Yeah.
No idea.
I think Prometheus is gonna like take a seat on a bench or something.
I think, Prometheus, honestly, a couple people join you. It's one thing for the Empire to be like struggling with its battles and stuff, but things were finally starting to look up. And now an heir to the Empire is dead. Probably one of the most defended people in the Empire just got killed by the Son of the Dragon in the dead of the night.
So when we say the heir to the Empire, do they mean like the named heir that the Emperor specifically said this guy?
So, emperors are very weird about succession because the first emperor named his successor and then he died of old age. The second emperor named his successor and then he quote unquote died in an accident, but it's like generally universally known that he was assassinated by his successor. which is the current emperor.
Um,
So the current emperor has actually never named an official successor, because if you do, and then you're assassinated, then it's pretty obvious. It's obvious who the assassin may be. In this case, though, there was the legate of the First Legion was by every understanding going to be the next emperor. It just wasn't officially announced. Like for decades, he had been seen beside the emperor at ceremonies. He's in his 40s, so he was being set up as the next emperor. But he wasn't technically the official heir. There was no official heir named. So, Hermes is sitting down. Corvus, what's your reaction to this news?
What's the appropriate reaction?
I
For
don't know,
somebody that
man. I don't
actually
think there's like a list of how to react to something like that. It's never happened
I guess
before.
I'll go to a local to the next local church to Aurelian Sol.
Yeah, you find it absolutely packed with people offering up prayers to Aurelian Sol.
Yeah, I'll light a candle, which that seems appropriate, right?
Yeah.
I'll light a candle to pay my respects, and then I'll return to my research.
Yeah, you return to the villa. Maximus and Grania are eating breakfast. How do you describe what happened to them, or do you leave that to Primius?
Just look up at him. Well,
I nobody told you, right? The presumed heir to the Emperor was assassinated by the Son of the Dragon in the middle of his war camp. Somehow. There will be a succession council soon.
all right then.
Yeah. Maximus, you've spent most of your life within army camps.
Yeah.
How the hell would somebody do that? He must have been like the most protected, like, leader beside the Emperor and the entire Empire. How is that possible?
Well, getting in the camp isn't actually as difficult as you think. When I was a centurion, probably 75% of my time was spent skulking around, making sure the men on guard duty were awake. So that would be easy, but I mean, beyond that, I would assume magic.
Some powerful magic. I mean, he must have high level guards.
I would imagine they're very powerful, yes. But I would also imagine the most powerful are reserved for the Emperor himself. And
Does that... Wait, you wouldn't think that means... You don't mean to say that the Emperor himself is
in
the
danger?
one... Well, no, but you said if within the Empire there's only one person more powerful, like one guard, one group more powerful than that, you don't think the Emperor... No, he wouldn't need to do that, right?
No, obviously not. Clearly, most powerful people in the Empire. Clearly the people who assassinated him are not in the Empire.
Well, I guess.
What? How can you even presume such a thing?
How can I... Well... Succession wars break out all the time. I guess not within the Empire, but it wouldn't be the craziest thing to think that someone else who might want this succession instead would attempt such a thing.
Yeah, Maximus has the confused chameleon look now. You've said too many words.
He mentioned succession. You're like, blah.
Well, let's
I'm
just
not-
say if he had a younger
not
brother that
following.
really wanted the throne, it wouldn't be the craziest thing to think that his younger brother might try something real stupid. The fact that he would succeed,
That's
that
not how
seems more crazy.
succession works.
Well, not necessarily, but I was just making an example, The noble families, tribes, kings, assassinations so you can gain the power that you want aren't unheard of.
No, I suppose not. But this seems pretty clear who, motive and all that. We're at war with someone.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Well, Hermias.
Oh
yeah.
I think Corvus would like to go to his room
Yeah.
and cast sending
Yeah.
to his uncle.
Okay. What message do you send?
I'll say, did you hear about the Emperor's heir? That's 7. Anything I need to know or worry about?
Okay. He can reply, right?
Wait.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, with up to 25 words. And then the last, after 10 more words, I'll say, I found a small cell here in Narcius. And since I'm running short on words, I'll just say, how proceed?
Okay. The reply will come, we did not kill him. We don't think it was Dragon. We suspect Imperial maybe. Emperor maybe. Tullius maybe. Proceed carefully. Write to me.
Okay. I have like an address, right?
Yeah. Basically, similar to the information you gave to the your apprentice, it is a post box in Zuri.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that like many people of the rank Adal or higher have rings of mind shielding.
No, I said Autarch or higher.
Autarch, never mind.
Yeah,
That's
it's
way
really
higher.
only the upper crust of the Empire. Like that's like 50 people, I think. Because they're
I
so
was
rare.
gonna ask if there's a way for me to get one.
You can always go to the Department of Magic and see if there's one on offer, but if they are available to the public, the bidding typically goes super, super high because they're like infinitely useful. Like a merchant would want one, a head of a great house would want one, like literally everyone in the Empire would want one. They're stupidly useful because Detect Thoughts is a really low level spell, like a worryingly low level spell.
Yeah, I guess I'm just. What about? Wait, let me just check what level that spell is. Intellect Fortress is a.
It's a pretty high level spell, I think. At least compared to Detect Thoughts.
It's the 3rd level, but wait, is this the correct spell? No, this can't be the right spell. This is
Yeah, you're
different.
thinking of the one that protects you from Detect Thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah, Detect Thoughts is 2nd level.
Yeah.
Oh, woof.
Yeah, it's like that's the level of low level where like that could actually like seriously change how people react to shit. Mind Blink is one of the things that does that, which is an 8th level spell.
Mind Blank.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, and that's an 8th level spell, so Rings of Mind Shielding go for crazy high prices.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Such.
Yeah.
I was thinking if it's 7th level, maybe I could get a scroll.
Yeah, within the Empire, the usage of detect thoughts is death penalty if you use it in any like official context, because they not that they catch many people, it's that when they do catch you, they try to make you an example because it's like very powerful.
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
Well,
I
Primius.
assume like
yeah?
mind control magic goes similarly.
Yes, exact same thing. It's hard to prove, but if you can prove it, that's instant death penalty. Primius, most of these people here, they're worried about the Empire or some political thing, but technically, that's your relative. You're not very close to him, obviously. I think he's a second cousin to Primius, but he is a member of your relatively immediate family. There's like 15 people with your thing, Perusian Verusian, and he's one of them, and he's dead. I'm going to ask a couple questions. First, do you actually think he was killed by the Son of the Dragon?
I mean, he's a tactical mind, but he hasn't shown anything even remotely related to magical swords, which that level of just like precision seems like the only there is magic involved.
Yeah.
Which makes it seem more far-fetched than being like the Son of the Dragon did it.
Yeah.
Seems kind of out of his style.
It's true. No, the Son of the Dragon nor the Dragon himself has ever assassinated an Imperial legate.
Say again?
The Son of the Dragon nor the Dragon, yes, have never assassinated a legate that you know of.
Yeah.
This would be a first. If that's the case, then does Primius have any thoughts on who did it?
I mean, there's not really anyone with I don't know, that Primius knows like very intimately with the last name Perusian.
Yeah. That's probably true. I mean, there is one person.
I do know someone?
Yeah, his name's Aurelian Invictus Sol. He's...
No, of course
No, he wouldn't do that. No,
No.
of course not. Yeah, sorry, that was a dumb question. Yeah, my bad. Silly.
It was.
Yeah,
Why would he do that?
No, yeah, it doesn't make it. Why would he ever? Yeah, no, a young charismatic general. Why would he ever want to? Yeah, no, good point. Okay, well then, it's a mystery, I suppose.
After Corvus leaves the room,
there are powerful people out there, and so I must do what is right and avenge him, and for the glory of the Emperor.
I actually, before we get to your thing, Ethan, I do want to ask,
okay, no problem.
Does Primius, is he worried about his own life now?
Yeah, I think that definitely was just like, whoa, what the fuck? You could just like do that?
Yeah,
Like,
that guy's
just show
much
up?
better guarded than you. He had members of the Imperial Guard with him, so yeah.
To get this,
I
he
think
didn't come back.
Yeah. It kind of makes his like Primius think like, wow, I wonder if my name comes up in like that successor announcement thing, if like
Yeah, you're next.
yeah,
Jesus Christ, yeah.
I don't want
Worrisome.
to offhandedly be mentioned like maybe Primius, nah, and then he's just like instantly gutted for just being mentioned at the meeting.
And on the off chance that it comes up, there's one particular event that I'm curious about. So the previous emperor, Aurelian Varus Sol, by all imperial accounts, died in an accident at sea. He was going on a boat between Mythos and Praeton, and his boat sunk, and everyone on board died. And then his grandnephew, succeeded to the throne and became Aurelian Invictus Sol. The rest is history. Do you think that was a natural accident that actually happened and succession was done through legitimate means, or there was an assassination attempt involved? Or like a successful assassination involved?
Well, obviously it was an accident. It's
Okay.
tragic.
Okay.
Like,
I
it
was
tragic.
just making sure we're a good imperial citizen here. I didn't want us to have any sort of misconceptions about. Okay. Cool. All right. Cool. I understand now. All right. Cool. Yeah. We love the Empire. We love the Emperor. He's a great guy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right. Cool. Anyways, Ethan, you were saying?
Yeah, once Corvus leaves the room, I'll just look at Grania. Did Do you have any idea what he was prattling on about?
Granny, like in the middle of just eating breakfast, just like shrugs and goes back to eating.
I'll shrug and go back to eating.
Okay. Well, a couple of you guys are going to get contacted today. Unfortunately, not Zednius. Your dad is still busy. Maximus, though, you will receive a letter. I'm going to give you the bullet points of it because it's going to be relatively long. It is from the legate of the 7th Legion. Do you remember him?
No, definitely not.
He's from the session where you dealt with the warrior lodges.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me check the notes I have on that. I might have written his name down.
I would imagine you did, but maybe not.
I took a decent amount of notes when it came to that.
You only spoke with him twice in the session, so maybe not. You spoke with him at the start and the very end.
I took notes on the important things.
Yeah. So he is currently the legate of the 7th Legion. It's Galenus. I mean, if that helps. The Galentine War, Galenus, it's that guy.
Yes. Okay. Yep. Gotcha.
Yeah, he's former commander of this, former consul militum of the Southern Frontier, now commander of the 7th Legion. The letter he sends you, because the assassination just reached Nasius, like the news of it, it actually happened 2 days ago. It just took time for the official story to be gathered and then spread across the empire. So the letter from Galenus will arrive today, and it will essentially summarize. He enjoyed meeting you in Patricia, and then your service to the 6th Legion, I think is where you dealt with the warrior lodges. He has reviewed your records, and he is currently been told he's on the short list to go become legate of the 1st Legion. If that happens, he would like to put your name on the short list for legate of the 7th Legion, and he was wondering if you were interested once your term as judge concludes.
Wow. That's like the big man, right?
Yes. He is the most famous member of the Horatii. Like, he's probably one of the most famous men in the Empire.
And the legate is the big
head of
boss
the Legion,
man
yes.
of the Legion?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a general. It's a brigadier general.
I'm gonna go get someone to help me write this. This seems important.
Who would you get to help you write something formal and who would you utilize?
As whichever one of you so wisely informed me of, the judges can just get people to do these kind of things.
You could indeed hire a random servant from the Department of Civility to do it for you. Yeah.
This is
I
kind of
see.
confidential information.
It 100%
Yeah.
is. Yeah, this is about like succession and.
Yeah. All right. I'll write him a letter back, basically just saying, I
almost forgot. I'm so sorry. I almost skipped one of my own bullet points. He also describes the death of the heir of the Empire. It's a pretty grisly description. He says that the heir to the Empire and only 4 other men were all killed with slices across the neck, which is a bit different than the story going around Nasius, which says that dozens of people were killed and all his bodyguards were slain. It was just him and 4 other men, and all their throats were slit.
I know enough about magic to know, like, resurrection is a thing.
Yeah.
Does it provide a reason why he wasn't resurrected?
It does not.
Okay, that seems suspicious.
I mean, it's probably... there's probably a reason, but Galenus may not even know it.
Huh.
Galenus isn't much of a spellcaster.
Yeah, no one really in the army is.
No, he's very Maximus pilled.
Excellent.
Or I guess Maximus is very Galenus pilled.
I see how it is.
Well, he is, older and higher rank and...
Yeah, fair enough. I'll basically write him a letter saying it was, good to meet him as well.
These days with that magic.
Yeah, that they've had for thousands of years.
Yeah.
He said he was like older. I was like, how the fuck does that matter? That's like ancient wizards.
Yeah, fair enough.
I would be honored to be on the short list, and I accept 100%, basically.
Great.
And then,
Cool. Also, there's no mention of the Horatii in the letter, which I think would be a clue to you that your little military social club does not exist. You're not supposed to talk about it.
Gotcha.
Like, he doesn't
All right.
mention it in official correspondence, at least. That seems to be a
All right.
closed door thing.
I won't mention it either then.
Alrighty. And, Permius,
Yeah.
you're in the villa, still kind of processing.
I think I'm mid-letter write to the one actually other Parisian version I know.
Oh, is that your Janice?
Yeah, Janice.
That's funny, because there is a knock at the door.
Oh. Yeah, I'll get the door.
Yeah, on the other side is a man with, he's pretty tall and lanky. He has a little brown mustache over his lip. He has a purple cloak flung over his shoulder. To the rest of the party, he would be familiar as an interrogator named Janice, who once tried to get them to basically confess to treason when they got back from the Green Rider arc. But to you, Permius, you obviously recognize him from family gatherings, and he'll kind of look at you with wide eyes. His face is highly concerned, and he says, "Well, cousin, it's a rough day.
Indeed.
Could you come speak with me?"
Of course.
And he'll take you over to a cafe in the palatial district, and soon some tea will be on the table, and he'll kind of lean over the table and whisper and say, "So, have you gotten any communication from the family?"
Not yet, but is here the right place to talk?
He looks around. There's like 3 people in here. I've conducted interrogations in the basement of this building. I think we'll be fine.
I'll nod.
Gods. Did you hear any more details other than what the criers said?
No. Just
Nor have I. I wrote to the Autarch in Mythos of the Department of Civility, and I asked him to make the records from the Department of War public. I think that the people should know the details of how he died.
what happened?
I don't know. I know what you know, apparently.
I was mid-letter to you to see if you knew more, but God.
I wrote a letter to my father in Mythos, and strange times when the members of the Imperial family fear for their safety.
This is... Yes, indeed.
I asked my father to have myself assigned an Imperial Guard. I know it didn't do much to save Niberius, but I'd certainly feel safer having one at my side.
Better than none, I guess.
I imagine that I won't be on the short list. They don't want an interrogator and an investigator as Emperor. But my father and you, I suspect you'll both be on that list.
Really?
There's not many of us. And, of course, they won't take an Empress, so it's narrowed even further. There are perhaps 7 people that qualify. I know of myself and my brother. Neither of us are likely on the list, which leaves about 5. I'm surprised they haven't contacted you already. Perhaps they've passed you over.
I don't know whether to be happy or sad about that.
Well, at present, when heirs are dropping like flies, I'd say to be happy about it. If they have passed you over, it's extended your lifespan.
Yeah, I'll let out a nervous chuckle.
You know, I'll say this. So far, of the emperors of this esteemed empire, there's a 2/3 mortality rate.
God. What do we do now?
I don't have any much that I can do. I've sent letters to the people who have power over these things. I mostly wanted to meet someone else who, I don't know, can sympathize, I suppose. Most other people view this as some distant political happening, but it's more than that.
Shook his hand. We were at family gatherings together. I knew him.
He was actually my uncle. I never knew him very well. I wouldn't lie about that, but he'd already picked out his regnal name for when he ascended to the throne. I remember him telling me and my brother.
Yeah. Guess I'll sit in silence for a bit.
He'll kind of be quiet for a bit as well, to the point where, like, one of the staff have been keeping you guys a wide berth. It's clear that Janice has a bit of a reputation at this particular cafe. You also don't even know what his job really is. He mentioned interrogator, investigator. You don't know what that really means. But eventually one of the staff will come over and remove the plates from your table as Janice continues to think and, like, kind of play with his mustache. And eventually he'll stop and look at you and say, sorry, I've been taking up so much of your time.
No, it's good to see someone that I can relate to. I mean, the company I have as a judge is, well, they're odd ones.
Yes. You're with that group of judges that came back from Ostatic, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I had to do a debrief of them. There was concerns about their mental faculties. Huh. Well. It's grim times. Perhaps, for Shattering Day, the Emperor will deign to host another family gathering, and we'll see each other again.
May we see each other there.
He'll shake your hand and depart.
I think Primius will just sit in the coffee shop for a bit. He's been due for a sitting in silence.
Yeah. Once the guy leaves, the staff will grow a lot more calm, and other customers will start coming in. And yeah, you just can kind of sit there for a bit, and eventually, head back to the villa. Alrighty. So everyone has something that they were doing during the long rest, right? Like they leveled up, or they changed charge to skill, or they healed to full, stuff like that.
Since they've been gone, I don't know if Ethan ever entered any XP.
If he
or,
didn't, that's really sucks for you,
Yeah,
because I'm not going to remember the number.
What level are you, Blake?
11.
Ethan, you are a terrorist. You should definitely be 12 by now.
What XP are you at?
That's 133,000.
Oh,
Okay, yeah,
that's
I
not bad.
entered
What?
That's
Yeah,
not
you
bad.
should be
That's
level
not
13.
All right, I don't want to fucking hear it.
Wait,
I
yeah,
didn't
you
know.
should level up. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, you.
I didn't know
That's
when
like
I was.
Wait,
allowed
sorry,
to
you're
do
level
that.
11 right now?
he's
Yeah.
level 13 now.
Yeah. With 130,000, you should be level 13. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah.
I just
it's
didn't-
almost
I didn't wanna-
14.
I didn't
Yeah,
want to
I'm level
level
14 now.
Blake's character up
Yeah,
for
the
him.
party is it's spread between the levels of 12 and 14, I think. I think everyone
forgot
falls
the
within
level.
that range.
Wait, who's 14?
I think
I'm
Granny
14
is.
apparently.
Yeah.
I'm
The XP got
13.
lumpy for two reasons. One is that depending on when you completed personal related quests, that changed the amount of XP you got. There are certain levels where receiving it's objectively better than other levels. Also, the people who've been with the party the longest are slightly higher level, like Maximus and Zednius.
False.
But Zednius was
wrong,
also...
I'm at the bottom.
Well, you also missed an entire arc, which gave a fuck ton of XP. And then Zednius also missed an entire arc where Father Rixion was earning XP instead. Whereas Grania, since she joined the party, has been there for every single session. So I think that's probably why she's the highest level.
That to go.
Anyways,
almost-
Imagine how high Renesmee's XP would be by now.
very high. I mean, Lars would have been crazy high.
Oh yeah, last two, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, Zednius.
Yo.
A couple days after the news of the death of the heir to the Empire, Tullius will send you a letter. No, actually, no. He'll just show up at your hotel. What's the point in a letter? He'll just show up. And he'll take you out for some...
He not Can he talk to me through the ring too?
No,
Or do I have
it's
to wear
it's
it?
ascending.
I
Yeah,
have
so
to wear
yeah,
it
you have to
and
wear it
send
and
it.
then send it.
Yeah.
It's a sending ring, so you just send him a sending spell, which he can then
Gotcha.
reply to. But yeah, he'll just show up outside your hotel room or probably in the lobby of the hotel, and he'll take you for some bonding time. He'll take you down to the menagerie that's in town. He'll walk through a park. He'll eat some food with you. If you want to go into any specific parts, we can, but Tullius is very sociable because that's a very useful trait for someone in his role to have. Like, he knows a decent chunk of literature. He knows a lot about, he'll make you feel like you're a very interesting person when you talk to him. And yeah, I mean, do you want to delve into any of the specifics of things you wanted to talk about with Tullius?
Anything I want to talk about with Tullius? I mean, just how he's doing. Is he holding up okay?
Yeah, the two of you are sitting on a bench.
I don't want to talk business, I don't think. I think I just want to...
Well, yeah, he's not going to talk business either, yeah. He'll be sitting in the Legion District with you on a park bench. There's statues of various war heroes around this park, and he'll nod and say, "Yes, I think I'm doing much better now. There was a lot of stress. There was a couple of things where there was a chance that it went quite poorly for me. It was the roll of a die, as it were. And I'm glad that it turned out well for both of us. I think most of that's behind us now. It's mostly just looking towards the future, focusing on future goals. And soon enough, we won't have to be doing any of this. You should start looking for an estate in Mythos. In a couple of months, I think you'll need one.
Oh? The one in Tarako's not... I need to...
Well,
move?
he smiles and leans in. The son of the Emperor will need a more suitable residence.
I get very excited.
And we'll have to fix your name as well. There will be lots of business to conduct in the days ahead. And, I mean, Tullius was once very coy about his ambitions, but clearly, whatever was holding him back before, he has dealt with, because you guys are in a public park, and he just tells you that. Like, he clearly is not worried about someone overhearing him or whatever consequences he was worried about before. At least not here in Nauseous. Yeah. He's grown quite confident.
Yeah. I know you used to mention you need me to go find a bride. If you're
That's
this
less
position,
important
maybe
now.
we should... Oh.
It was critical before because we needed allies in our cause, but now, well, things are looking quite good. If you'd like, we could look for someone suitable. Amongst the Imperial family, there are 2 or 3 women which could probably fit the bill. You're going to have a hard time finding someone equal to your rank, though.
As long as she's beautiful.
Okay, maybe not the Imperial family, then. We'll have to find someone else.
Yeah, Blake, your family's ugly.
The children of Aurelian Varus Sol have a proud nose. We'll put it that way. But you can't expect everyone to look as, graceful as yourself. I think with those distinctive elven features, you'll be changing Mithdosian fashion once we're well acquainted with the capital.
Hold on. What do I wear? I don't even know. Yeah, I gotta bring headbands back into style.
Yeah, I mean, you also have some like elven look about you, which in Mythdosia, whatever the Emperor looks like becomes the fashion. So if the heir to the Empire is a Galadite half elf, that's gonna change some things.
How are Galadite half elves viewed in the Empire? Am I
Pretty
gonna
neutral.
like neutral? Okay.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
it's
the
gonna be
Empire, weirdly
fashionable.
enough, despite it being like very racist, it's like they're way more racist towards Tibrashans than they are dwarves or half elves. Like way more racist, like way crueler.
Okay. And in regards to me finding a suitable bride, is being a half elf going to interfere with like
So
if I want
Galadite-
heirs,
Yeah, so
right?
dwarves and humans are different species. That shit ain't possible. There are no half dwarves. They're just not the same. Half elves, this is a big secret. They're not actually elves. Like, they're just not. They can have kids with humans easily because they're just humans. They're really weird looking humans, and like Westbar half elves, for instance, literally inbreed to try to maintain what few elvish traits they have. But they're not a different species. They're still human at the end of the day. Galadite half elves have been inbreeding with humans for so long; they're functionally just human. Even the Athenoin, which are probably the most distinctive looking half elves, are human enough to be able to have children with humans. But yeah, they're just not a different species, unlike dwarves, which certainly are. But yeah, I mean, most of the time, he'll just talk about stuff you haven't talked to someone about in ages. Like, he'll talk about poetry and literature. You don't know how the fuck he's keeping up with, like, imperial plays being put on in the capital and stuff. But he seems to know enough to chat to you about it. He chats to you about recent books published, which you haven't been doing much reading of, like, literature for fun. But yeah, you know, he's a bit of a Renaissance man. And as you near the end of your time together, you know, the sun's starting to go down and it's starting to set over the harbor of Gnostius. The two of you are in the palatial district of the city, which gives you an incredible view over the lower city unfolding beneath you. He'll point towards the dock district of Gnostius, where you scrounged about in your youth.
Mm.
Do you remember that place?
Very well.
You'll never have to go back there again if you don't want to. We're past all that now.
I think about, you know, all the rough times and where I am now, and I'm happy. I'm happy I don't have to do that anymore, ever again.
Yeah, he'll wrap his arm around you and squeeze you. You lost a lot of brothers and sisters that you never got the chance to know along the way. But their sacrifices were well worth it.
I do miss Severus.
He was a product of his training, to be certain. He didn't have quite your aptitude for the social. I think he would have struggled with this transition. It's probably best that he's in the Tranquiline Halls. He will forever be happy there. Speaking of your social acumen, starting tomorrow, you should start working on Corvus. I won't put a time limit on you. We're not that rushed, but you should see if you can turn him into a useful source of information. If not, there's no reason to keep him in your presence any longer.
Okay. Okay.
Have I ever told you how I became a Frumentari?
No.
The Frumentari didn't always exist. In the Republic, there was a somewhat similar organization called the Optianus that operated out of the legions. They conducted military reconnaissance, espionage, things like that, but it was firmly rooted in the legions. But when the first emperor took charge, Aurelian Domitus, he expanded the legionary infrastructure. He made the state subordinate to the legions rather than the legions subordinated to the state. New intelligence organizations cropped up in this time, none of them the Frumentari. And then Aurelian Varus Sol came to power, and he found that the tools which his his predecessor had crafted turned against him. The church, the legions, each of these had their own forms of rebellion against his rule in the Light Wars. And following the consolidation of power and his ascendancy to godhood, he formed an organization which had loyalty only to him. The head of the Frumentari in those days were men who had their manhoods removed and were raised from childhood to serve. But there is something removed from a man when you treat them like that. When you raise them in sterilized environments, when you remove their manhoods, they don't behave the same as other men. It makes their jobs more difficult. And the best spy isn't some man who's been trained for 3 decades. It's your neighbor. It's the person who blends in, has lived with you for decades. And so, when Aurelian and Victor Sol took charge and I was a mere young boy, they tried a different tactic, inspired by the Emperor's own words. However, the big problem came into loyalty. With such a diffuse organization, you needed to make sure those at the top had unending loyalty to the Emperor. I was originally going to serve in the legions, as with all boys of the Imperial family. But, I was relatively young, and the Emperor gave me another opportunity, a different way to serve. I must have been 17, and I was invited to an audience before the Emperor, and he offered me a unique role, one held by no one else, head of the Frumentari. I didn't really know what I was agreeing to. I thought that I would be able to gain accolades and favor, well renowned as a spy master. As I'm sure you can guess, that's a bit of an oxymoron. If a spy master is well known, he's not a very good spy master. And when I finally realized what that position had earned me, which was fear from most of my relatives and scorn from the Emperor because I do his dirty work, it was too late. I knew too much information about the Frumentari. The whole of the organization is held in my head and nowhere else. To have me taken out of the structure would be the collapse of the organization. And so, here I remain. If the Emperor had his say, I'm sure that I'd be doing this until the day I died, at which point the organization would functionally crumble and he'd have to begin it anew. It's a horrific structure. It's the formation of a ill-thought-out idea that kept churning along because it was endorsed by the most powerful man in the Empire.
It's going to be better now?
Oh, yes. The Atlia Laris I've been building in parallel. It has ranks, orders. It's closer to the legions than it is the Frumentari. Once we're done, I'll make sure that nothing like what we are going to do can ever happen again. It was a poor idea to begin with.
What will it look like after that? What will I be doing?
As an heir to the Empire, whatever you want. Autarch. Well, a great number of people currently in power will have to be removed. There will be endless vacancies for you to fill. Master of Judges, if you like doing the work, though it's largely administrative. Governor. I'd think about what you would like to do.
So anything I want.
Essentially.
Sounds good to me.
The only wrinkle would be the son of the dragon. But I suspect that our friend should be able to deal with him. And I suspect once he dies, his little coalition of princes will fall apart.
And then what? Expand east?
Well, of course. Such was the will of Aurelian Dominus Sol, he was only limited by the logistical networks of the legions. It was the weakness of past emperors that resulted in the stagnation of progress. Aurelian Invicta was so frightened of losing control of power that he stopped expansion. He thought that through culture, through religion, we could bring the princedoms to our side. But look at what it resulted in. Half the princedoms that are supposedly loyal to us have flipped to the son of the dragon. They only understand strength. They're like those gangs in the dock district that you had to deal with when you grew up. When someone comes to you and asks for payment for protection, the threat at the core of it is violence. It's the only thing Tabrashans understand.
Are we, we're at a park? Where are we?
Yeah, you're at a park in the palatial district looking over the city.
Okay. Of Nauseous.
Yeah,
Of this.
of Nauseous.
And Nauseous kind of sucks.
It's one of the poorer cities of the empire. It's not even necessarily poor. It just has areas that are poor because it's such a big city.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then that means like Mythos probably has the same.
100%. Yeah.
Areas. Okay.
Yeah. The dock district of Mythos is largely the same as Gnossius, but Gnossius has a worse overall reputation, despite the fact that it's largely okay.
What is sort of like the I guess it'd be like gladiator combat or something of like basketball or a sporting event.
Yeah, I mean, so there is judicial dueling in the Empire, but it's not really a sport in that sense. Major sports in the Empire, I mean, so the Empire doesn't have like proper gladiatorial combat because slavery is like a weird.
Okay, but what's like the main entertainment source, I guess?
Honestly, it's like musical performances, and there's 10,000 different types of games. There's board games, there's like hoop related games where you try to get like balls through hoops, which are closer to like soccer than they are to basketball.
Okay.
I mean, there is no like professional sports leagues, but there are certainly tons and tons of games played by people, and there's a variety of different entertainment sources.
Well, Tullius seems real hip on the newest arts, so maybe we should go see some sort of theater or something, just to round off the day.
Yeah, he'll go down to the docks of Gnossius and find you guys a nice bawdy playhouse. There's plenty. And yeah, he'll buy you guys a balcony seat because it's cheap as fuck. It's like 1 electrum. And yeah, you I mean, you guys, the two of you combined have so much fucking money that like it's actually like kind of makes any normal day purchase seem like small in comparison. And yeah, you listen to, this is just a classic Mythdosian opera, but a lot of the lyrics have been changed out to be more like raunchy because it appeals to the masses. And yeah, the evening wraps off, and Tullius will shake your hand and then give you a hug and say, well, it was a pleasure, son, and I'm sure we'll do this many more times before the time has come to deal with the Emperor. And start working on Corvus tomorrow.
All right.
And then he goes off. And do you return to the villa?
Is that where the judges are, or is that where I'm hanging out?
That is where the judges are.
Yeah. Let's just go to the judges.
Alrighty. Well, on the 24th of November, so a week before your rest ends, you guys are all united once again at the judge's villa. Primius is practicing stealth. Grania is teaching Maximus sign language. Corvus is working with his apprentice furiously on notes. Zednius, are you training any skills? Are there any skills to train?
I have Imperial Sign at what? What is it at?
I think it's
17.
Yeah.
Whoa.
You could get 2 more progress.
Let's go for that.
Huge. All right. So you learn. Well, actually, Grania, do you want to teach him sign?
Absolutely not.
Oh my god.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, okay.
Fucking hate.
I definitely don't like Zednius because of his association with Tullius, but like I still haven't really seen much of that side from Zednius, so I'm still like skeptical on why he even associates with him, and I'm fine teaching him.
Okay.
Oh.
Wow.
Man.
You haven't really showed that side to the party, so.
Damn it. I thought we were getting you based Grania for a moment.
I also thought that.
Unfortunate.
When I look at our party, I'm like, why do any of us get along?
You don't really, but your coworkers. So.
No, yeah, we do work together.
Yeah, if this were a normal adventuring party, this shit would have disintegrated ages ago. But
she's definitely not like super friendly or anything, but just teaching you language is fine.
Yeah, if you drew the relationship chart of this party, it's very weird. Anyways, on the 29th, as you guys are all going about your business, it's around 1 p.m. There is a knock, knock, knock at the door.
Heave myself up and wander over to the door.
Yeah, you're in, casual lounging about clothes. You don't have your judge's badge on you or anything like that. And on the other side of the door is a young man. He has a little Imperial Legion doublet, so like a non-military, like it's a military uniform, but it's like non-armored uniform. And he has the emblem of the 10th Legion on his breast, and he says, hello, is this the villa with the judges?
Yes.
I'm representing Centurion Quintus of the 10th Legion. He was wondering if he could get some help at the docks.
Centurion Quintus?
Yes. Of the 13th century?
Alex, that doesn't seem like something a centurion has the authority to do.
No, of course he doesn't.
I guess he's asking. Yeah, he's asking. What's the nature of this help?
Well, are you one of the judges?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, essentially, I'm sure the Quintus could tell you more, but there's a hostage situation on one of the ships in the harbor, and the legionary solution to it would probably get them killed, and so he wanted to reach out to you, since he heard that you were in town still, to see if you could do it without anyone dying. Or at least not the hostages.
Who are the hostages?
Just some dock workers. They work aboard the ship.
Who's holding them hostage?
Stowaways. We don't know their exact identities yet.
All right. I'm not doing anything better today. I imagine you're here to escort us?
I could certainly guide you down, yes. And obviously, we would greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. I'm gonna go talk to the other judges, see how many of them want to come along and put on my armor and all that. It'll be probably 15 or 20 minutes or so. Oh, no rush, is there? All right, then.
Well, the hostages have been there for 4 or 5 hours. I think they can survive another.
Yeah, you're probably right.
All right.
All right, I'll waddle on back to the... Is everyone in a somewhat centralized location?
Yeah, they're generally around the courtyard, yeah.
All right, you lot. We got a centurion down at the docks asking for help.
Okay.
Centurion?
Said that with such disdain.
Yeah, because it's like to me,
Yeah.
that's just like a random dude. He has less power than me.
Yeah, a centurion.
What does he want?
They got a hostage. What is he actively doing right at this exact moment?
I'm writing formulas.
What do I... Okay. All right, bud. You're not... All right. Does Maximus sees you scribbling on a piece of paper?
Trying to do my math homework.
Yeah, I'll just give him a withering look. Yeah, there's a hostage
Yeah,
situation.
I'm just doing research that could save the Empire hundreds of lives in warfare.
All right,
Thousands.
nerd.
Yeah, I'm sure.
All right.
hour
Anywho,
will
yeah,
make a difference.
they got a hostage situation down on one of the boats, and well, the legionary solution would get all the hostages killed, so they asked if we could help. I'm gonna go help.
Who are they being
They all-
held hostage by?
Evidently, some dock workers are being held hostage by some stowaways on a boat.
I thought you liked killing people, Corvus.
Just like I really, really hate the ocean.
Hate the ocean? What do you hate about it?
You know, if I were to fall inside, you know how many hundreds, thousands of gold worth of spellbook that would destroy?
Can't you fly?
You can fly. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Of course I can, but when you're falling 20 feet into the water, you don't have time to cast a spell, usually. I can't
Alright,
fly
well-
well at all time.
can
Whatever,
put
I'll
off.
come.
All right. How about you? How about you, Permeus?
I already said I would join.
All right, Granio.
You'll just give a thumbs up.
Cool. Zednius.
Yeah, I'd love to go.
All right. Well,
Yippee, yippee, yippee.
you know the deal. I'm gonna go put on my armor. I'll wander upstairs, spend 10 minutes doing that.
So everyone but Corvus?
No, I'm also going.
Oh, okay.
Oh, run it back to Smold school judge things back when we were all lowly level.
This is even lower level than like a low school. This is like
Well,
you guys are in town and there's like
depends
you're
on
like
the stowaways.
I guess that's true. It depends on the stowaways, but getting like
Yeah,
a
that
random
makes sense.
centurion asking you to do a job for him, even like a low level judge may say no to that because they're like, come on, man. But
Yeah.
you're not doing much. Might as well.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not doing anything better with my day.
Yeah, the 5 of you guys can armor up and equip spell books and pull on your coats and blah 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 blah. You know, you all have your own rituals of preparation. And
Oh, I do. By the way, for all y'all's edification, my armor is not shiny anymore. It's like a deep, dark green color now.
it's true. He
What
painted it
What happened to
over.
it? Oh, really?
Why is it green?
I painted it. I decided that being a walking beacon may not be the best idea, and I was
Yeah, that
getting
makes sense.
everyone was staring at me constantly, and it was weird.
You are wearing like $1 million right now.
Yeah, exactly. It gets odd. So I had it
I
painted.
thought you liked
Oh.
Lux.
There's a time and a place.
Yeah.
And walking through the street randomly
You
is.
could have just gotten yourself an overcoat.
His
Have
plate
you
armor.
ever wore
Yeah,
an overcoat?
yeah, you know,
over,
like
over
like a
plate armor?
gambeson. Like a coat of
Um,
arms.
Yeah, that's not gonna. I mean, I would still shine, what with the helmet and
Well, I
my
mean, yeah,
arms and such.
Yeah, I guess.
Do I look like the standout now with my mithril crap?
Yeah, you do.
Ah, okay.
I mean,
I
yeah,
suppose.
Maximus used to be like a walking disco ball because he had like the full plate and the like light would hit like one part and reflect against another part. So like some of the like little nooks and crannies were really fucking bright.
Bring me this quick, go really close and look at him.
What about the horse?
I believe he's still dripped out.
No, Mickey.
No?
Mickey is my shining beacon.
Yeah.
My
Okay, so he's still
my
very
precious
shiny.
baby. I would never paint over his beautiful armor.
So basically, you're still wearing that shit.
Yeah.
Well, everyone's going to stare at him now, as they always should.
Yes, the standout horse.
Exactly. See, you get it.
Could you imagine like robbing a 7-Eleven and then the Justice League shows up?
Basically, what's about to happen.
Well, we don't know what.
You're basically the Justice League.
Like that's the best way of putting it.
So you guys head down to the docks. It's a pleasant little walk. People, you actually look like judges for once. You're all like in your gear. You're all wearing your badges. You're all looking proper, and so people give you a wide berth. And you are guided by a single immunus of the legions. Eventually, you almost instantly recognize which pier the thing is happening on because there's a whole sentry, about 80 men at the where the pier touches the land, so at the base of the pier, that have sort of cordoned it off and keeping civilians away, like keeping the ship kind of isolated. A centurion is there. He set up like a kind of command tent that he's operating from as he does all this. And as you guys all approach, the person guiding you will run ahead to the centurion, and the centurion will emerge from the tent. And he kind of takes each of you in a little bit surprised and, walks over, I guess, probably first to like Primius and extends a hand and says, Lord judges and lady judge, I only expected one of you. Thank you.
We weren't doing anything better.
Well, thank you very much. Please come inside. I'll brief you on the situation. And inside of the ship, they've had time to make like a little popsicle stick type diorama, like a little tiny little wooden representation of the ship. It's very cute. They also clearly have been fucking off for a couple hours, unsure of what to do. And on the little, he'll gesture towards his little, rough diorama, and he'll say, well, this is the Aurea. The merchant ship was getting ready to leave, bound for Zuri, I believe, and the captain ordered a final sweep of the ship. On board, they found several stowaways. One of the stowaways panicked, took a man hostage, and so the captain ordered everyone else to evacuate ship. During the chaos of it all, 2 more men were grabbed hostage, and one of the cabin boys as well. by the time everything got sorted out, the crew was evacuated and we were in place. The stowaways had locked themselves up in the captain's cabin with the hostages. They've made a demand that we send them a wizard to teleport them to Zuri. But obviously, I mean, we're not going to do that. Our solution, of course, would be to storm the captain's cabin and kill all the men, but the 4 hostages would likely be slain in the process.
Have the hostages been, or not the hostages, have the stowaways been fully identified? Not
exactly.
Did they stow away?
We're not sure. It's a dwarf, an Athnoeen, 2 humans, which is needless to say, it's a bit of an odd grouping of men.
What age are the humans?
The humans?
What do they look like?
I believe the crew described one of the men as in his 30s with a sort of a chin strap beard, wearing a hat and leather armor. The other man was described as handsome, sort of blackish hair, maybe in his mid-30s as well.
Either of those descriptions fit my uncle?
No, luckily not.
Thank God.
What's on the boat?
The Aurea is carrying, and he snaps at one of his attendants who brings him over the manifest. Largely textiles, at least that's what's reported on the manifest. The captain says that he, in his personal cabin, was carrying payroll for a business they were associated with in Zuri, but it's a relatively small sum. I doubt if this was a heist, they were doing it for practically pennies. Certainly not something worth throwing your lives away for.
Much?
About 300 gold.
That's probably not it.
I mean,
the ship itself was worth more than that.
Agreed. And being a stowaway, that's they could get some prison time for that. But for this, they're all going to be executed.
My favorite.
Yeah, this is a death penalty offense.
Of course, they've already taken 4 men hostage. That's
Is
attempted
he right?
murder.
Is he
The
right
captain's
there, Alex?
cabin.
Yeah, this is the Empire has very easily defaults to death penalty, and when you're taking 4 people would be listed as attempted murder, so 100% that's death penalty.
All right,
and
cool.
I'll be honest, there's very few crimes in the Empire that aren't death penalty because they just don't catch many people who do crimes.
Fair enough.
The clearance rate is probably like sub 1%, so the penalty is very high.
Is the boat like pulled up to the dock?
Yeah. If you want, I can just show you the map.
Sure. Why not?
Yeah.
Oh
It
my
is
God.
okay. It is actually just like 3 dudes in a balaclava with a shitty Glock trying to rob a 7-Eleven.
Yeah, basically.
And the Justice League pull up.
Yeah.
That's...
Yeah, I mean, you're not on the pier because the stowaways have said that if they see anyone walking down the pier, they'll start killing hostages. But just it's to give you an idea of what side of the map the shore is on. But yeah, the ship's just docked and the deck is empty. It was clearly like just about to leave. The sails were even like lifted up, but the anchor's the thing that's keeping it in place. And yeah.
How much does a boat with this size cost?
A couple of million, like 2 million, I think, 1.2 maybe, like 1 to 2 million, basically.
All right, guys, hear me out.
Sailing ship says 1,000 gold.
That's $1 million, yeah.
Oh yeah, that is $1 million. Jeez, I keep forgetting how much that is.
Yeah. Yeah, the pricing mostly varies based on like weaponry, like carrying capacity, stuff like that. Like the Defiance. Never mind, you're not in that campaign. That
Is this
ship
a sailing
costs
ship or a long ship?
This would be
Or
closer
galley?
to of the options. This would be closer to a sailing ship.
Okay.
Well,
Trying to I was just thinking, okay, can I just pay for the cost of the ship and nuke them?
Well,
what about
the
the
ship?
people?
The money is
Well,
not the
fine.
concern here. It's the hostages.
Yeah, I know.
They could just do that if they wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
but
ship's
it's more fun if
gonna
I
be
do it.
fine.
See, I'm
What are they?
an evoker wizard who hasn't thrown a fireball in a crowd of people for a long time. Okay, I'm
What are
getting
they,
antsy.
What are they
Maybe I'll
armed
fix-
with?
Witnesses reported that 2 of the men had swords, the 3rd man had a spear, and the 4th man had some sort of blunt weapon.
None of them. Did any of them
Hmm.
wear anything that might indicate that they're spellcasters?
No, none of them cast any spells during the hijacking either.
Okay, then I look at Zednius and Grania. You can just go invisible and like walk in there, right?
And slit their throats.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
I've got it, guys. What if we comply fully with their demands and let them leave?
Well, they want to be.
Scratches his
I'll have
head.
teleport ready. That would be
Yeah,
annoying.
and I'll laugh at that.
But could you teleport them into a volcano? Is that real? I remember reading that in a children's story once.
I could,
Oh, well,
but I
sure.
would teleport
look very
myself into a
curious at this.
volcano too.
Oh
I'd
God!
have to know where the volcano is.
I don't know any volcanoes. Are those real?
Could you,
I haven't seen one before, but I've read about them. Probably.
Could you just teleport them out here, surrounded by, 90 of us?
I'd be
As I
good.
said, my teleportation is I'm not ready for that right now. That would take me quite a lot of preparation, longer than we
Fucking
have,
wizards.
that's for sure.
I could.
And B, I have to teleport people who are willing and are in my close next to me.
Well, yeah, they'd be willing.
At this point, we're just cheating. What if?
Yeah, that's the point, isn't it?
Well,
Well,
that'd be
okay,
too
here's the
easy.
thing. I could just pass myself off as I'm gonna teleport them to the thing, right? And then I cast something, and they won't know what I'm casting.
What would you cast?
I draw some fake scribbles on the floor, and then I cast Wall of Force, and they're just sitting in a cage, and I give you a signal, and you apprehend them.
Yeah, but what about the hostages?
Well, I tell them I can't teleport them if they're standing next, like if they don't give me the hostages first, obviously.
Yeah, that makes that's probably a good idea.
I could also cast Command Fall on them, and the hostages can run.
How many hostages are there?
4, right?
Yeah.
4.
Is the captain's cabin at the end of the boat away from us?
Yeah, the door's right there.
Wait, Zenius, do you know sleep?
No.
Just cast sleep at massive level and knock them all out.
Granny,
yeah,
raise
that
up
was
your
the-
hand.
Oh,
You know, does Grania know sleep?
She nods.
Oh.
Well, that seems like a very simple fix.
And it's Giga uppercasted because the way that Warlock spells work.
Yeah, like a
Yeah.
5th level sleep.
It's like
yeah, so
I'll
just be like
ask the
easier.
Centurion, would you prefer these men alive?
Doesn't matter. If they live, we're just executing them.
Okay.
I suppose it'd be useful to get some information before they're dead, but if we need any of that, we
Makes
can also
sense.
speak with their corpses.
All right,
Yeah,
that's a good
we
point.
cast
The
him-
way I would kill them, they
I
would still have
understand.
mouths, I think.
He nods.
Probably.
Do they need mouths to cast? Yeah, we're getting off topic. Yeah, we can just have Granny go in there and sleep everyone in the entire room. That's how that works, right? Look at her.
It starts with lowest HP goes up, but yeah,
It
should-
will also target the hostages,
I
but
know,
it is
I know how it actually
13d8,
works.
So
Yeah, this was me role playing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, how about, okay, Grania,
Just look at Granny.
I cast invisibility on the both of us. We go inside, and if anything goes wrong, I'm your backup. That okay?
will nod.
The
What do
Centurion
you
will
even
kind of scratch his head. The door's closed. How will you get inside?
That's annoying. Wait, actually,
What's that one spell that can open doors, but then it makes a really loud bang?
knock.
knock.
Yeah.
Well, are we trying to
Do you
be
have
Could you
that?
tell?
sneaky in there?
Could you tell me precisely where the? Could you tell me precisely where the captain's cabin is? I could
Yeah,
teleport us like
the
straight
door's
over in
right there.
Oh my god, that's like some psyop shit.
We wouldn't have to go through the door, but we would be visible.
Is the
But
window
you-
to the captain's quarters open?
Grania, you could like
There
theoretically
are windows
hold
into the
spell
captain's
ready,
cabin,
right?
yes, Blake.
Like
You could
Grania,
just
you could.
shoot the sleep spell through the window.
Or
So
just,
mechanics-wise, the issue with readying a spell is I can't move if I ready it.
or just,
Yeah, you don't have to. I'm dimension drawing you in, and you release the spell.
I think.
Why do we have to
That
do
should
that?
work, right?
Can't she just walk up there and they'll just let her in?
Why would they let her in?
Because they want to get teleported? You can tell them
Uh.
literally anything about magic, most likely.
Well, see, the problem
Probably.
is, Corvus is wearing the Warcaster robes, and Grania's not really in similar robes that identify someone
Yes,
as.
she has
Well, I
green wizard robes.
she
I
is
think.
wearing robe.
Yeah.
Oh,
she's
shit.
wearing a
Imperial
illusion.
wizard robes. Yeah.
It looks like a wizard to me, and if she looks like a wizard to me, she's definitely gonna look like a wizard to those bozos.
Yeah, if they don't
All right,
know
well, I've been out of
what the
character
color.
for 5 months, so give me a
Might be.
break, Maximus.
If they don't know what the color of my robes mean, I could tell them whatever, and they would probably believe it.
You can
Well,
tell
the
them.
problem with Grania going there is she
Yes.
doesn't speak.
I'll rock up as translator.
If they see a guy like you in full armor,
Why
they're
not
killing the
just bring
hostages.
the actual translator? Like,
Yeah, all right, there you go. Send the 2 of them then.
The problem is that the non-scariest person in our party is probably Zednius, and he doesn't speak it very well, or can translate.
I
very
think
well.
I don't know if I'm not scary anymore. I'm
He's wearing mithril breastplate, mithril shield. He has a fucking sword at his side.
Oh,
Literally
okay,
everyone
okay.
but Corvus
I'm
and
like a foot
Grania.
taller.
Yeah, everyone but Corvus and Grania looks like a fucking psychopath.
Yeah, okay, then how about Grania and me? We walk up. Grania looks very non-threatening, and I guess I'll be invisible behind her. If they let her in, she can hold the door open long enough that I can just walk in.
You even need to be you're gonna be translating. You can't be
Yeah,
invisible.
and the only reason I'm probably getting let
right.
in is someone
Sort of,
translates.
Well,
sort
okay,
of
and
defeats
that
the purpose.
I'll
If they
go
won't
in
let you
invisible
in,
if
then we
we
should
need some invisible.
probably.
I'm pretty bad at the whole sign language.
How long would it take to get
Corvus-
an official translator here that's non-threatening?
Probably a couple hours.
Isn't
Zednius,
Corvus
Man,
you
scary
can't
looking
just
because
disguise
of-
yourself.
Just take off your armor, man.
Me?
No, not you.
Zednius.
Sednius.
Me?
You have
Oh,
glowing
no,
eyes.
you.
You're like the most threatening person I could walk up.
Sure, I'll
walk up
take
to.
off the breastplate
Well-
and the shield.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not
under
taking
that,
the
you just
ring
have,
off
like,
because I don't want to lose all my HP that is built up.
yeah, I mean, you
Does
got
Zednius have enough
a
proficiency to even translate?
I've got 19 at this point. No,
Yeah.
I've got 21.
Besides,
It's
even
got
if
a
you
lot.
don't, just make something up. What are they gonna know?
Yeah, they don't know.
Either they're gonna speak sign language and it's not gonna be a problem, or they're not gonna speak sign language and you can just make something up. All right then. No complaints.
And they want. Where do they want to be teleported to?
Does it matter? She's gonna put them to sleep.
Is there any
Right. Okay.
worry?
I just didn't wanted to get close enough. Zuri. Okay.
yeah,
Ah,
Zuri.
there you go.
I still like what happened to the idea of dimension dooring in? I still like that idea.
Because why?
I guess it's just not
They're just
necessary.
gonna let
Simplest
you in.
solution's usually the easiest.
Okay, that's fair. It's not worth. They're not worth the.
Because if I dimension door behind the door and they barricade the door with a like a stool or something, I'm gonna teleport into a stool and that's gonna hurt.
You can do that. Do you
If
get
I
like
fuck up, yeah.
do you get like stuck in the stool?
No, you take force damage because you land in a different
Yeah,
spot.
I'm like forcefully
Fucking
ejected.
you.
It hurts a lot.
Yeah.
Oh. Huh. Wait, well, what if you teleport into someone else?
We
Same
both
thing?
take force. Yeah,
Double force damage.
I think we both take damage. It would be really fucking cool to just teleport into somebody and they just explode into.
What's the
You
Viscera.
appear in their corpse.
Yeah, it's like
Good.
they imagine that you're holding hostages and then suddenly one of you just fucking like the boys like fucking the head
Explodes.
explodes.
Dude, this is some
and you just
Chainsaw
step
Man
out
shit.
of his corpse and like, okay, what's up, boys?
Fucking Makima moment, dude.
until you teleport into
yeah.
one of the hostages and they explode.
Alrighty.
Rubber-
Viscera's Viscera.
So Grania and Zednius, do the two of you
Alright.
begin down the pier?
Yeah.
If no objection.
Let me take my armor
Have
off
at
so I
Yep.
don't get told that my armor's on.
And then I'll be the person in front to hopefully be more non-threatening.
Well, the moment you take like 10 steps down the pier, a gruff voice comes, the door to the cabin opens and a dwarf steps out and a gruff voice kind of carries down the pier. Take one step closer and we'll slit their throats.
Granny will stop walking.
I'm gonna speak up in Dwarvish because I speak that. You asked for a wizard.
You're telling me that little pipsqueak can teleport us out of here?
Do you see her robes?
He looks at it and clearly doesn't understand the significance.
See, I
She's
told
a
ya.
mage of the 5th circle. She can teleport you.
looks back inside, and you can see like him gesturing, talking to someone inside, and Athnaween comes out and kind of squints his eyes, and the two of them like look at each other and look at Grania.
Grania waves.
Imagine if Bro hit you with like a Homer moment where he's like, actually, teleport is of the 7th circle.
All right, send her along.
Grania looks back at Zednius.
Yeah, I'm her translator. I have to come as well, yes?
What fucking language does she speak?
Sign.
What the hell is sign?
So it seems like you'll be needing me.
No, my mate speaks
Oh.
thieves' cant. That's good enough, right? And he does the little like gesture where he holds one of his like his index finger and his thumb like press against each other to form a kind of O, and then his index finger inserts into the O multiple times. It's a very lewd gesture. That's sort of sign language, right?
I'm not quite. I'm her official translator. I promise you.
Do you have your sword at your side?
I didn't take it off, but I would have taken it off.
All right,
it's
so-
not on my sheet.
And Menariel is resting atop a pile of mithril things screaming into the void, and no one can hear him. All right, the dwarf will slowly nod and say, all right, no funny business.
Of course.
Oh, let's see. Zednius, do you speak in... Nah, that's probably a bad idea.
You guys can move your tokens if you wish.
Okay.
I'll give a shrieking, like, a piercing whistle.
The dwarf will raise a little weapon when he hears the whistle. What was that?
I look back
too.
to Maximus.
And then I will, like, sign in exaggerated sign language. I think, Alex, just let me know if my sign language isn't up to this.
Sure.
Give signal when asleep.
Just give signal. We'll have to do.
Sure. Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Okay. I'll just give a slight nod and turn around and keep walking.
All right.
The
And
dwarf will
Skylar
say,
speaks
what
with
was
Zednius
that? You
and-
thrown up some sort of signs?
He wants to make sure everything's all good. If things go south, he'll have to come aboard. So you best not try anything funny.
Yeah. You see, he's armed with a large club, and he'll kind of step to the side so that you guys can enter into the captain's cabin. Inside, one of the crew members has been killed by blunt trauma to the head. The other three are still alive, though, and the three men kind of linger. One has his sword to the throat of one of the hostages, and you guys all enter into the room. Let me quickly adjust the vision. And now in the captain's cabin, the dwarf kind of slides in and closes the door behind you. These four men look a little bit manic. Clearly, things did not go according to whatever their plan was. This is not... They don't look particularly thrilled. And what looks to be the kind of leader of them, who is seated down and behind the desk, he'll look up and say, "So, you're going to teleport us out of here," he says it in common.
Grania will just
Yes.
nod.
So,
When are you?
we're taking one of these folks with us. Hope that doesn't change your plans too much.
Zednius.
What did you say, Grania?
I just looked towards you.
For this spell, we'll need you all to be in the same sort of radius. It's not a very wide spell, so you'll have to get together.
He looks at the other men, and they all kind of start to crowd closer. The other soldier keeps his, or other stowaway keeps his sword on the hostage's neck.
Grania will sign to Zednius. Don't want you to be teleported. Stand back.
Okay, and I'll stand back. I mean, it won't affect... There's no way these people have more HP than me.
You mean the stowaway doesn't have 140 health?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
Wait,
all
you have
the-
100? You have 140 health?
Almost.
Jesus fuck! What am I doing with my life?
Playing
God.
Wider with less
This-
HP than the Warlock, apparently.
Wait,
Oh,
who's
well,
the
fair enough.
hostage and who are the main people?
The two people against this far
It's the
wall are
purple.
hostages, and then the purple. Yeah, the purple are all the hostage takers. Yeah.
Okay, so they're taking this hostage with them.
Yep.
Okay.
They're all going to Zuri together.
No, they're all going to Slumberland.
We're going to Dreamy Land and then the Hounds of Oblivion.
They seem like they're ready. They have no objection.
They're waiting. They're getting antsy.
Okay, just to verify. Does it affect me?
I believe
Yeah.
so. Yeah.
Oh,
Wait,
I'm gonna
really?
ask this guy to move away so I don't teleport with them. I'll sign something, and then when Zednius sees it, I guess.
Zednius, do you translate?
Yeah, I'm telling him to group up.
Yeah, he'll
Get
kind
this
of
man a little
smile
closer
and say,
not on the other
"Oh, you
side
don't
of
want to come to Zuri with us? I hear it's lovely this time of year."
It's weird, man. She's 14.
Bro's a
We
groomer.
very much need her to stay here. Now, please.
Me when the bad guy does bad things.
Hmm.
I mean, I didn't expect the hostage taker to be,
I guess, yeah, when they put a sword to a bunch of children's neck, I assume they were just upstanding members of society.
Well, there's
He's
a
got
difference
you
between
there.
a murderer and somebody who really likes Adobe Acrobat.
Alright, if no
Uh-oh.
problem, I'm gonna move to here. And
Okay.
then sleep should hit everything from here.
Yeah, what's the radius on it? 20 feet?
Yeah, actually, it's probably here is better because I don't hit the hostages. Yeah, creatures within 20 feet of a point. I assume that means radius.
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah.
Okay, great. You begin to cast the spell. Yes, Yogi?
I was gonna say it's too late now. I was gonna try to prepare a death ward on the hostage.
Yeah, too late. All right, roll the thing. Let's see what she gets.
Just make sure I'm adding up right. So fifth levels.
All
or sorry,
ones.
First level's 5d8, and then adds 2d8 per level. So 7d8, 9, 11, 13.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ. Off to Slumberland.
All right. Immediately, hostage goes asleep. Then let's see. So let me pull out my little calculator here. So we do boom, minus,
Bloop, 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 bloop.
yeah, bing, bing, plus bing. So this guy's asleep as well. I don't know why I'm using targets to mark them as asleep. Then we add this one. Dwarf's asleep. Oh wait, no, it goes in ascending order. Whoops. So it'd be, and then, okay, this one's asleep. And then this one's asleep. The dwarf, on the other hand, is still awake, and we need to roll into initiative.
Oh.
Have fun.
Stabbing him to death.
God damn it.
I don't have anything on me.
No, you.
I could have done the same thing, and then I could have just cast Chain Lightning instead of anything else. And
Okay, that would
exactly the 4 targets I wanted.
You psychopath.
And just zapped the hostages too?
No. Chain Lightning is 4 targets of my choosing. I could have excluded the hostage.
All right. The dwarf will, as a bonus action, reach into his pouch and suck down a vial. Let me make a con save.
He explodes.
His arms grow a little bit stronger, and
shits
he like
himself.
kind of his veins turn a little bit black, and he starts to like cough loudly, and he charges at Granny with a club in hand. It misses. Zenius.
Rip Bozo. Give us the
Hit him with the
Doesn't
6th level
have a
spell.
multi attack.
Yeah, I mean, well, not a 6th.
It's just
That's
it's
not
just
a
fucking
good
disintegrated.
idea.
He just falls into ash.
That would solve the problem
Just
immediately.
another attacking.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this will just work because I'm just gonna hypnotic pattern him.
Oh, how does that not hit you?
It's
And
very
Granny?
big. Yeah, it is.
Can it
30
not be?
You can't target
outside
something
the
you can't
ship.
see.
I
Yeah.
can't see. Ah, okay. Never mind.
Target the far end
Wait,
of the
but
room.
it's a cube. It's a cube. So you
Yeah,
can
it is a cube.
make
Oh,
the
so it's
one-
15
one
foot
of the corners
radius.
right here.
True.
Not even here.
Oh, no, it is. No, even if you do the 30-foot thing, though, Echo, it still doesn't work because he needs to see the area where the spell is being cast.
The entire? Can't he just like make a cube right here?
I don't think so. I think for this particular one, you don't get to like just pick the central point
You have
because
to
it's not a
choose the
radius
middle.
spell.
Yeah,
Oh,
where
you
you're
just need to
casting
choose
Just
the
Eldritch
middle.
Blast him, he's dead.
Just fucking use a normal spell.
Okay. Fear.
Put
Based.
the Eldritch Blast in the
That was
bag.
not
Wait, no, that's the
That
exact
was
same
not a normal.
radius.
But it's a cone, it's a cone!
Isn't it?
Oh, it's a
It's a
cone?
cone.
Oh,
Does
you're
it
right. It
mess
says
up sleep,
cone.
though?
Cone. True.
How does that
So
interact
you're
with
just
sleep?
gonna you're just
They're
gonna
asleep,
scare
so they
the
can't.
ever-
I don't think.
Just
Oh, it doesn't give any.
Well, it doesn't say anything about
It doesn't.
I'll
okay, then I
go.
guess it
Hold
would
on.
work.
I'll go. Since it's a cone, I'll go like
That would
here
hit
or
Grania.
something.
it. Hit Grania, yep.
If I
You
did
just
it like
use a normal spell, you fool.
Just put the Eldritch Blast in the bag.
Just Eldritch
Let
Blast.
him-
Let
it.
him,
let
okay,
him-
let him be creative. Let him be creative. Okay.
I want to do it.
Let him use his spells. Unfortunately, these are just too big radius to be used in such close quarters. You will hit Grania
Yeah,
if you
that's
do fear.
true.
But
That's
you have
true.
other spells. Don't let these bozos.
True.
Stop
Yes.
worrying.
Use
What is this
Hey,
for?
black
Sure.
hole in the middle.
I need Hetmanero to do that.
Just pass your turn and I'll conjure elemental. It'll be okay.
Oh God. Oh my God! You all are insane. Jesus.
Yeah,
This is what
I'm
happens
just
when you
gonna
give like a
blast
20th
him.
level party a single fucking bandit. They're like, okay, we need to disintegrate his entire bloodline.
Okay, I think a Meteor Swarm should be just about enough, right?
Okay, you Eldritch Blast him. Jesus Christ.
Bingo.
How many of those do you get?
3, I think.
Jesus, okay.
Bango. Blob.
Yeah,
Oh.
I mean, the first one hits him and he staggers back, and for a moment you're like, oh my god, he's a warrior. And then your second one punches through his chest and then the hull, and then your final one blows his head off, and he just like, his slumping body just like slides down the wall.
Nice.
Wait, is head got blown off? Or is his
Yeah.
head
There's no math left. I don't know. We got 3 others who are asleep.
Alrighty, well,
Signal.
the others are asleep.
I'm gonna sign to Zednius. I don't think Speak with Dead will work on him anymore.
Jesus Christ.
Well, he wasn't the leader. I point to the leader and say that's the only one we would care about, right? Okay.
So shrug.
Were we able to see the Eldritch Blast punch
Yeah, you
through
guys,
the hole?
yeah, from your perspective, it's kind of quiet, and then you just see a hole blast open through the side of the ship and blood like spews out the side of the vessel.
That ain't good. I'm gonna grab a length of rope off the dock and start hoofing it down there.
No, I was gonna
Yeah.
say, once I see that, I'm gonna start jogging over there.
Yeah, you all run. The
Renee's just gonna
Centurion
come up from
moves
the
behind you
captain's
guys.
quarters up to the deck and just give a thumbs up.
Oh,
Alrighty.
all right. I'll slow down to a walk and walk
Yeah.
up in there.
The Centurion will like halt at the base of the gangplank, letting you guys clean up the situation. And soon enough, the 3 of you can join Grania and Zednia standing over the sleeping hostage and the 3 sleeping.
Corvus is like almost disappointed that he didn't get to kill them.
Yeah, though you
Oh,
can
look
see
at
one of the
that.
I
men
mean, like,
was,
there's 3 sleeping ones.
yeah, one of the men was like obliterated. You're not sure whether it was Grania or Zednius, but he's like missing a head. There's a hole in his torso. That guy got obliviated.
Well, we saw the Eldritch
You know,
Blast. It was
I
probably-
I guess
Look
that's
at
true.
look at Zednius.
Both have Eldritch.
Yeah, true, they
That
both
was
have
that was you,
Oh, yeah, I
huh?
forgot.
Yeah.
What happened to him?
Well, he didn't fall asleep.
Ah,
Bro did not go to bed on
Alright.
time. He did not do his bedtime.
cool.
I'll
offer
trust the
Corvus
other
a-
3.
Unlucky for him.
Yeah, I'll offer Corvus a dagger. You want to slit their throats, or
What?
No, you fools! They're alive now. We'll let the Empire deal with them.
but they're gonna die.
Yeah, just tie him up.
It's not
You
fun
said he
anymore.
You didn't
Yeah,
tell
then
him.
let
This
the-
is
It only
Yeah, then-
well, hold on. Sleep only last. How long does sleep last? We gotta
Minutes.
kind of.
It's
too late.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
Yeah,
trussed up
they're
already.
already
That's
kind
why I
of
brought
starting
the
to
rope.
like. They're already starting to like vaguely awake from sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
gonna go in the back to the to the rest of the
Okay.
hostages.
Permeus kills one of them.
What the fuck
Maximus,
you doing?
said you were gonna tie up the other 2.
Yeah, that's why I brought the rope.
Alrighty. Well-
I'll doink him on the head with my warhammer one time each to fucking bozo them out of existence.
I don't
So,
think you need to do that.
I'll
You
go
could
to
just
the
tie
back
them up.
and check
I
on the
mean,
hostages.
you said they looked like they were waking up.
Yeah, slowly.
Okay, yeah, I'll tie him up.
Yeah, you can tie them up. Corvus, you head into the back. The two hostages back there are both cabin boys, so they're like 9 and like 5 respectively. They're very young, and they're just like quivering in fear because there is a corpse next to them. One of the hostages was like bludgeoned to death, like his skull is dented inward and shit.
What age does he seem to be like?
Oh, the one that was killed, he's like 20 something.
Did he wear like anything that would note his rank? Did he look like like the captain? Or?
No. It was definitely just a dock worker. Like probably wasn't even a member of the crew. Probably was just a.
Is he wearing any sign of like identification, like a wedding ring or anything like that?
He has a wooden holy symbol to Aurelian soul around his neck.
Something you could give his loved ones as like a. Yeah.
Nah, you don't find anything on him.
Are the hostages hurt in any way?
The living ones are all fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just grab. Is there some cloth here? Or like a bag?
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, I'll put a bag over the bludgeoned guy's head so the other people don't have to look at it, and I'll tell them it's safe. You can go to the dock. There's centurions.
Yeah, they'll instantly sprint out of the room, and you'll hear the centurion kind of say, "Oh," and then a moment later, the centurion will step into the doorway and join you. He'll look at the 2 dead stowaways and the 2 captured ones, and they're now starting to like groggily awaken, and he'll say, "Well, thank you. We can do the rest of this from here."
Whatever. I'll shake the last hostage awake.
Yeah, he kind of groggily, kind of very weakly slaps at you, probably thinking there's still a sword to his throat.
Hey, it's
he kind of blinks away.
It's all right. You're safe now. You're safe.
Who are you?
We're judges. We came to help out.
The Emperor.
It's all right. You need anything? You hurt in any way?
I don't think so.
All right. Let's
The centurion will help him do his feet and then wait for one of his legionnaires to come in and guide the man down to the shore. He'll look over at the hostage with the bag over his head and say, "Dead before you arrived?"
Yeah, I put the bag over his head because he was bludgeoned to death. I didn't want people outside to have to see.
I understand. Well, thank you all for your assistance.
Yeah, could you excuse us for a moment?
Oh, Granier was gonna sign first.
Oh, sorry.
You need to speak with the dead ones?
Someone gonna translate that for the...
I'll translate. Yeah, I don't... I mean, Premius is the best translator.
Yeah.
I'm just like, speak something.
If Granius says something, Premius is just going to auto-translate.
The centurion will nod and say, no, you can have the bodies if you want. The stowaway, now that we got 2 live ones, and the 2 of them are like petrified with fear, he'll say, we should be able to figure out what all went on here and bring the Emperor's justice.
Excellent. Now, if you mind excusing us for a moment, I need a word with my compatriots.
Oh, of course. He steps out of the captain's cabin.
Which one of them, who slit one of their throats?
That was
Premius.
Premius.
I'll look at Premius. What the fuck are you doing?
You said you didn't care whether we killed them or not.
Who said that? I said that? When did I say that?
You didn't say that. The Praetor said that.
Yeah, but why would you? If you didn't have to. You just enjoy slitting the throats of helpless men? Something that brings you joy in life?
I'll shrug my shoulders. I just made a choice.
Yeah, quite the choice. And then I'll just pick the 2 fools up, one in each arm, and walk out of the cabin.
Since when is Maximus above killing people?
He's been the orderly guy in the party since like day dot.
That's true.
He's the moral center of the party. Which is crazy.
My war experience basically consists of committing the Armenian genocide.
Yeah,
so
you're not wrong.
I don't know how I am the one that does this. Well, it would probably be Granny if she could talk, but
yeah, the 2 men will be taken away off to go through the Imperial court system, which will actually take a while. If you're actually captured alive by Imperial authorities, you are given more rights than in most places in the world, which is kind of interesting. But
I was gonna say the true punishment is having to deal with the imperial bureaucracy.
It'll be a couple months before their death sentences are handed down, because they get defense lawyers as well. So it'll be a whole thing. But your part in it is resolved. You're basically just the SWAT team. You don't need to worry about all that shit. You don't have to write any paperwork. Yippee! So you guys can return to your villa unless there's anything else you'd like to do on the Aurea.
We're
We're just gonna quickly scan them with
We are
magic
a bit over the time.
to see if they were under the effect of any spells or something like that.
Nope.
Okay.
No magic on the ship.
Yep, that's about it.
Do they have any papers on the captain's desk?
Yeah, I mean, there's like
Say
normal
sort of who
stuff.
they are?
No, there's just normal stuff. Ship manifests, employee payments. This is a petty crime.
As I'm dragging the two bozos down the dock, I'll just look at both of them. What the fuck were you two thinking?
The two men will kind of look at one another, and one of them will just kind of mumble something under his breath.
I'll shake him. What was that? Sorry, didn't catch it.
We were just gonna steal it.
What, the boat?
Well, yeah. It was their fault that they freaked out.
There's 4 of you. You're gonna steal a whole boat? You thought that was gonna work out? You even know how to sail?
We heard about something happening over in the city-state. They stole a whole damn ship with just 4 people.
Were they sailors?
I don't know. They headed a gang
Are you
or something.
sailors?
No, clearly these guys are idiots.
No,
Yeah, I know. I like making them admit they're idiots.
No,
That's
we were
the thing that brings me joy in life.
We were just gonna.
I think
we were
it's
gonna
funny
figure it
to
out.
call them idiots and see the reaction.
Yeah, I'm
Figure it
sure you were
out?
gonna figure it out, and then I'm gonna like bonk their heads into each other and just drop them off with the Centurion.
These bozos think they were gonna figure something out if they couldn't even figure out that a girl was a wizard by her robes.
Alrighty. Well, so we're gonna wrap things up.
Alex,
Pretty
do we
quickly.
get XP for that?
You can take 500 XP, sure.
Let's go.
Huge 3 level ups.
Since Dota is correct, we are way over our allotted time. There is one final thing that we need to do. We'll do the abridged version. As you enter the Department of Civility, on the 1st of December, which is a couple days later, you guys are going to get called back to the Department of Civility by Cato. Your vacation is over. As you enter the Department of Civility in Nasius, there's far more than the usual buzz of activity. Especially as you near the Office of Judges, you see clerks transferring documents onto stacks and stacks onto carts. It is orderly. There isn't panic, but there is a major movement going on. The hall to the Office of Judges has nearly every door open. Many of the offices are emptied out, and the waiting room outside of the Master of Judges' door has been converted into a temporary furniture storage. There's cabinets, tables, desks, chairs. The door to Cato's office is open, and inside you can see that much of the equipment and furniture is missing. All that's left is the Praetor himself and his large map of Transpontar Solaria, which many months ago when you first met him was covered with dozens of little pins for all the unanswered messages that the Office of Judges had received. And unanswered calls were marked with little red flags, and he is pulling out all the remaining red flags. Not that they've been resolved, just that he's not going to get the chance to get to them. And he'll glance up as he sees the 5 of you kind of lingering in the doorway, and he'll say, "Come in, come in."
Romp on
I'll
in.
slowly walk in and look around.
Yeah.
He'll
Confused.
reach under, on top of the board of Transpontar Solaria and hand over an edict, probably to whoever's closest, which would probably be Corvus. The edict reads, "By the supreme authority vested in us by the Almighty, in our capacity as head of His Holy Church, Emperor of Mithdosica and Sovereign Lord of all men, we do hereby decree as follows. Let it be known that all imperial judges and inquisitors presently available shall without delay report to the imperial city of Mythos. Under the command of the Master of Judges, they shall be tasked with the eradication of the entity designated as the Beast of Atlia. Until such time as this threat is confirmed destroyed, no other duties shall take precedence. The coordination of this endeavor shall be centralized in Mythos, with formal reports submitted to our person at regular intervals. Furthermore, all great departments of the Empire are hereby commanded to render all reasonable assistance to the judges in the fulfillment of this mandate. Thus is our will, Aurelian Invicta Sol, issued from the Imperial Palace this first day of frost in the year 1280.
All right then.
So, I'll give you the short and sweet version. We'll talk more about this in Mythos. But, about a month ago, 5 Imperial judges were sent into the Atlian foothills to try to figure out why strange creatures kept coming down from the mountains. You fought some ogres. Those were supposed to have been extinct for a century. Other beasts started descending from the peaks. They didn't report back, so I requested that they be scryed upon. They were found stripped of their magical items and dead. I then processed a request through the Department of Faith to view the past at what killed them. It was a bronze dragon.
Oh.
To contextualize this, there are only 2 types of dragons in Valeros, blue and red, both of which are from the Western continent. And Cato will...
Bronze dragon?
He nods. Yes.
The fuck is a bronze dragon?
According to the cleric, he's begun to distribute illusions of the beast throughout the Department of Faith headquarters, and you'll be able to see one upon our arrival in Mythos, but it is as it sounds, a dragon, a massive beast with bronze scales. It's been dubbed the Beast of Atlia. We have no better title for it. Now, we'll need to be moving to Mythos, so get ready. Once we're there, we'll have to research and, well, get yourselves ready for a couple of months in the Atlian Mountains. It won't just be you either. Currently, I'm working on the specifics, but there's going to be several teams of judges. All judges from the plains are being recalled, so you may see some familiar faces in the capital once we get there.
You think we'll see that rando kid that was recruited?
Oh
I'm
yeah.
pretty sure he died.
No, that dude's dead. That dude's dead. That was during the wasn't that during the Evil Dead Forest days, or was that later?
No, that's
That
when
was
you
later.
met me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Or we met a bunch of other judge groups.
Yeah, I don't think we've had good experience with any other judge.
Rixion's a judge.
I guess that's true.
Rixion was pretty cool. There were those
He's a
two
solo judge.
those 2 angry women.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't remember anyone else.
since we are well over our time, next main
Okay.
session is not going to be next week, but the week after. Next week
will
is
be
going to
gone
be
then.
Oh yeah,
That's what
well
I'm
we'll figure out the schedule. It's going to be at some point in the future. Next session though is going to be
In
a
5
sort of-
months.
No,
Oh,
it's going to be in a
God,
couple weeks.
heaven-
But next
heaven
story
help
for
us.
PAX will be a sort of one-off session with some judges in the Atlian foothills. So
Nice.
I will see you guys for that, and thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye,
Bye.
Jennifer.